Hello there, nerds. Sorry, I'm a little late. Give me 1 second. How's everybody feeling today? Six-month campaign. That sounds fun. Where are you? Let me see you. There you are! Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. You feeling good? You feeling fresh? Who's here today? Say hi. What's up, Mushroom Gamer? What's up, Raymond? What's up, Enigmatic Rage? How's it going? What's up, Floggy? What's up, Bildo? How's it going, Meta Boy? Cinder? Yes, it is Cinder. What's up, Lucidity? How's it going, Ardis? How are you doing today? You resubmitted your piece today? Cool. What's up, Ice? Urk language? Urk languish? Robert, how's it going? Sturquillinus, how's it going? Mr. Vaughn. How's it going, Shades? What's up, Chespin? Hey, Dice, how's it going, buddy? Your BBEG's flying battle cruiser is now complete. Oh, boy. That sounds like trouble. Happy Monday. How's everybody feeling? Because today, friends, we are going to be looking at some homebrew. And I'm wondering, you know, you feeling ready? I'm feeling ready. I'm excited. What's up, Moron? What's up, Shalakar? Shalakor. Let's talk about some homebrew. It's gonna be a good time. If this is your first time watching my show, I'm gonna prepare you now for something that might freak you out a little bit. Because I know usually in my videos, you're just looking at my big, glorious head. But when we do our live streams, I find it to be valuable to manifest more of the flesh vessel. So I try to ease you in with the eyes. And then I give you the head. But prepare yourselves, because there's going to be a torso, there's going to be arms, legs might even pop up on stream. So just be ready. Don't freak out. And the main reason of manifesting more of the flesh vessel is because I just want to be able to communicate better with you. You know, life is hard. Communication is hard. And I want to make sure that you are, you know, we're able to connect as best as possible. Does that make sense? What about the other eyes? I mean, we could talk like this. I mean, this is another vibe we could do if we want. But I think we're going to start with the more human shape. Okay? Does that work for you? You good? You good with this? You're not gonna freak out too much? Now that I have elbows and stuff? And hands? Calm down. Anyway, today we are doing Homebrew Review. Oh, we are doing Homebrew Review today, friends. And guess what? No plans, no rules, except for the rules that there normally are. But there's no theme. Anything you want to send in, you can send in. So, if you are watching on Twitch, you want to do command wheel in the chat to bring up the little form if you want to submit some homebrew. And if you're watching on YouTube, the submission link is in the video description. And that's the game. That's the game for tonight. We're going to be looking at some homebrew. Too much flesh vessel? Sorry, man. I apologize. I'm not trying to freak you out. That's why I did a little bit of an intro. I didn't want you to Is there still a limit? What do you mean by a limit? There is a limit in that you can submit 1 piece per day. And there is a limit that, oh, I have to announce in the Discord that we're live. I forgot to do that. I was wondering, I was like, I feel like my numbers normally are a little higher when I start streaming. I'm so stupid. Let me do that right now. Bop, bop, beep, boop, boop, boop. We are live reviewing your homebrew. No prompt. Let's go. Ba-ba-be-da-doo. 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 Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-be-be-be-boo. Do-do ba-ba-be-dee-da-da-dee-dee-da-doo. Boo-boo ba-ba-dee-dee-da-da-dee-dee-da-doo. Boo-boo ba-ba-be-dee-da-da-dee-dee-da-doo. Everyone. There we go. Boom. All right. You meant the Discord submissions. What about the Discord submissions? The Discord ones are already there? What do you mean? It's a link. It's a link. If you use the link, it got sent to me. What are you talking about? You're gonna confuse me. Can I offer an offering to the wheel? I propose the most exquisite line of code that I've ever written. If you think I'm gonna incorporate some rando code into anything I do, you either think me a fool or me capable of doing that. Any advice for a group that has to force a player out for out-of-game behavior? Do you want to stay friends with them? Well, I think regardless of whether or not you want to stay friends with them, I think you should do it respectfully. So what I would probably do is, if you felt comfortable, I would do it over the phone or in person. And if you don't feel comfortable, I think it's totally reasonable to do it over a text. But I think you got to be straight. I think you got to say, hey, Baba, hey, Bobo Banana. Hey, Bobo Banana. Because of this, not everybody's feeling super comfortable. So we're gonna ask you to not play in the game anymore. I don't really think it has to be more than that. I think you can just tell them. From today, enigmatic. There's one submission form. If you picked the one for today in the Discord, that is the form. It's all the same thing, man. No, it shouldn't be an argument at all. Yeah, you don't want it to drag into an argument. If somebody has to leave the game, you just got to tell them they're out of the game. And you can literally just do that. But I think you want to do it in a way that's not rude, if possible. Because even if they're an asshole, you don't, just be I think it's reasonable to be cordial when you say you're out of the game. It doesn't mean you have to be nice, but I think it's good to just be like, hey man, you did this, it made people uncomfortable. We don't really want to play with you anymore. Sorry. And what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't be like, it made Jonathan uncomfortable or it made Sam uncomfortable. Don't put it on anyone's shoulders. You got to just kind of be a unified front and be like, the table is got to move on. Yeah, I'm not sure if this group is a good fit for you. It's a great way to put it. Getting kicked out of the game sucks either way, but you should be respectful regardless. Yeah, I agree. Is it easy to make a D&D character? Does it have to fall under categories for giving characters to be? Yes, it is easy to make a D&D character in 5e, and yes, it does have to fall into certain categories for what a character has to be. That being said, you can use a lot of reflavoring of features to make something different. So, for example, let's say you really want to be a plant person, like a human that's made of plants, like a Swamp Thing type person. There is no plant person in D&D. But there's a Warforged, which is like a robot person, and you could just reflavor that as a plant person and take all those features because they would work really well for a plant person. Or there's like a Plasmoid, which is like a slime person, and they could kind of be like they're made of moss instead of slime, and you could be a plant person that way. But if you're like, I want to be a person that half the time is a demon and half the time is an angel, and they have a magic sword that gives them laser vision, but every 3 hits they do with it, they have to make a sacrifice to the god of triangles. That's going to be hard to make work. So I would at least familiarize yourself with the game a little bit before you make your character. What's up, What's up, Iffy? I can't pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. How do I say that? I hate when I can't pronounce people's names. Irks me so hard. I'm gonna call you Iffy. Hi, Iffy. Is that cool? I hope so. What's up, Callahan? You kind of wish we could play as dryads or something? I mean, the way to be a dryad, I think, I would go Warforged and Druid and lean into the tree shit. I think that's it. That's it right there. Or something a little bit fey. Maybe do fairy. I think a fairy could also work well for a dryad. Man, these new songs fucking bop. Okay, so can I tell you guys a little, can I give you guys a little sneak preview of something that I'm not going to show you? I'm just going to vocalize it because it's not ready to be shown at all. Can I do that? Is that annoying if it's like literally just me talking about it and I can't show anything? Should I wait till I can show things? Or can I talk about it? Do it. Okay. I have a buddy, a good friend of mine, who was an animator, one of the animators in the video game Stray Gods, which was like an RPG musical that came out. And when my new computer comes, he's going to show me how he did animation in Unreal Engine. Because apparently the setup is very complicated and takes a lot of time. But once it is set up, it's very easy to use. So I'm going to start using that to make some weird videos and graphics and stuff. And I'm very excited, because I've been trying to think of new ways to make videos, because I don't like just making talking head videos. I like them for shorts, but I don't like them for long form content. And I think that it'll be a good way to do more like skits and like things that feel like they have a plot. I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be really cool. Anyway, the reason why I'm thinking about it is this song that's playing right now, which is like this is the newest song on our bop, which we'll just listen to from the beginning again because it's a fucking fire song. This is like, I think, gonna be like theme. I'm gonna use this for theme music for something because it's just got such cool energy to it. Anyway, I'm gonna be doing some animation stuff in the next couple months, and we'll see how that goes. If I can get a handle on it, I think it's gonna be pretty badass. You're here for the wheel? Who's this guy with the beard? I know, man. The flesh vessel. The flesh vessel needs to trim the fucking beard. It's getting a little ridiculous. It's getting kind of big. It's getting bushy. Look at these mustaches. Look at this. I could go Dr. Robotnik. Wait, I can actually do it. We'll start the show in a second. This is what this is called. We're giving people time to submit homebrew. Come on now. Right? Not bad, right? Anyway, I don't know what we're talking about, homebrew. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like, or should we give my people a couple more minutes? I don't know. Anyway, Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. I have no idea when this new computer is coming. It's going to be here at some point in the next couple weeks. But when it does, I'm excited to start doing some animating with it. And that kind of thing is going to be very cool. So it's going to be very cool. It's going to be very cool. All right. Let's, oh, the music turned off. Why did you turn off? All right, let's see what's going on with this wheel. Did you guys submit some homebrew yet or what? I hope you did. Let's see. Ooh, you did submit some homebrew. Ashante. Rigatonia. Mazzeruto. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. You guys want to see it? Here, where is it? I want to show you. Let me show them. Helldivers. We're going to be doing some Helldivers on the stream for sure. There's the wheel. Pretty nice looking wheel tonight so far. What do you think? Chonky. People do love an open wheel, man. People do love a no submission night, or no submission rules night. Fourth show in a row you've submitted. I hope you get picked too, man. The wheel is fickle. But she does what she does. I have to work with her. She's quite powerful. Honestly, she's usually great to work with. Is there a class that relies on other beings to help or fight for it? There's classes that have, like, pets. There's not really classes. There's subclasses. There's, like, the Drake Warden, where you have, like, a pet little dragon that you fight alongside. But there's classes that are, like, teamwork-based. But it's more like subclasses that are like that. Classes don't really have a role... Oh, artists gifting subs. We barely even started. That's very kind of you. Thank you. There isn't really a class that like requires that much of an other class or another thing outside of itself, just because D&D classes are designed to be able to work in like any combination. So it would be hard to design a class that would be less effective if you didn't have a wizard on the team, or if you did. You could do subclasses like that. So like the Barbarian, Wild Magic Barbarian, for example, it has a feature where it can give people spell slots back. That's incredibly good if you have a spellcaster. It's kind of nothing if you don't. But it's like one aspect of the whole class. But if you mean a class that relies on something outside of itself, like a Pokemon trainer, there are some classes... homebrew classes that I've seen people make that are like minion-based classes. And I would say the ones that work well are the ones where you have one minion. And that's the thing. It's like you and your pet. Ones where you have a bunch of minions tend to overcomplicate the game and make it so that player has... their turn is like 3 or 4 times longer than anyone else's, and it's much harder to balance. It's just... I find those homebrew classes to feel... more complicated in making them work well. But there's some really good pet classes online too. How many pieces of homebrew do you think we are starting with today? Let's see. 70. You're a little bit over 70. Nice. Good turnout, friends. I mean, there's plenty of summoner spells. There's lots of ways you can be somebody that, like, summons little guys, but D&D is not super great for that. The newer summoning spells are the better ones, where you're not summoning lots of stuff. You're summoning one thing. Excuse me.
If the wheel doesn't pick me, it's hacked.
Maybe. Although her programming is really good. I don't think you guys invented that kind of computer yet. Should we give the wheel a spin? Or should we give people a little bit more time to get on the wheel? It's slowed down. The submissions have slowed down. Oh, but here's another one. It is 7:30. Okay, it just hit 7:30. That's usually when we start. Excuse me. I say we give it a go. Bow, bow, bucket a 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 We're starting with the squatch. Squish, squash, I was taking a bosh. All right, I guess we should transition into slightly different vibes. All right, Squash, what you got for us today? You want to know about Bosch? I'll tell you when you're older. The Saint's Hand identifies as an overpowered artifact. But in reality, it is the Sinner's Hand. What do you think about the modified interaction with Remove Curse? I just feel these things are solved too easily sometimes. Regarding the curse effects, obviously the player plays the character however they want, but I heavily reward leaning into flaws, alignments with inspiration. Okay, let's take a look. Before I even read it, I will say I agree that Remove Curse kind of removes the fun of curses.
Wheel hacked confirmed.
But I agree with that idea that the Remove Curse spell is not fun a lot of the time. I think Remove Curse is better when curses are sort of video gamified, where it's like you're going through a dungeon and you're just collecting things and stuff. But if you're doing more of a like story game, I like curses that could be solved more with story problems. Generally, I think it's more fun, more satisfying. This is called Saints/Sinner's Hand. You guys want to take a look at it too? Here it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. All right, let's see what we're working with here. It does subtract from the danger they present. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Because the other thing is, like, you want to have a solution to curses. And I think that... I guess I think that works better in cursed items that are cursed in sort of the way that official D&D items are cursed, which feels a little bit more video gamey a lot of the time. Saint's Sinner's Hand. The traveling vendor of this mummified human hand swears it is a holy relic of a saint of good aligned God and will bless you in your endeavors. Identifiable effect. When you roll a 1 on an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, you treat that roll as a 20. Dang! I mean, that's pretty strong. It's essentially doubling your crit range, just on opposite ends. Let's see what the hidden curse is. Hidden curse. Each time this replacement affects the hand, a finger... Each time this replacement effect happens, a finger curls shut on the mummified hand and you gain an indefinite madness flaw. Okay, so the indefinite madness table is basically right here. I am not the biggest fan of these tables. I think that they can work really well. But I see them very similarly to, like, the character flaw or bond tables that they offer for, like, backgrounds as suggestions of how to build your character. If I was gonna do a magic item like this, I would probably look, as the dungeon master, I would look to this table for inspiration for what sort of madness my player character I might give my character, but I would make it more specific to their character. So if I had no idea what sort of madness I would give the character, I would maybe pull something from this table or use this table as like a building block. But if I had a good idea for what sort of madness would be particularly fun for that player or would fit their character, like would fit the story, I would do that. I feel that way about all of the madness tables, by the way. They feel like good examples, but I don't think you should feel like you have to stick to them like true mechanics. That's just me, though. Let's take a look at, because sometimes you might get something that's like totally doesn't make sense, where the player, or you know the player is just like not going to be able to jive with, or they might really not like, you know? Like, not everything is going to fit. And even if you're giving somebody a curse, you want that curse to fit so that the player is still having fun. Like, in an ideal situation, the player is having fun figuring out working through the curse, as opposed to being befuddled by it. Once attuned, you do not want to give up the item and will fight those who try to take it from you. You can attempt to overcome this by making a wisdom saving throw to unattune from it. The DC is 15 plus 1 for each curled finger. That's kind of fun. If you roll a 1 on this wisdom saving throw, it doesn't work. You cannot attempt this again until the next dawn. Okay. Unless remove curse is cast on the hand. All right, let's see what happens. If remove curse is cast on the hand, you may again attempt to overcome the attunement again. You don't need to say again twice. You silly goose. If remove curse is cast on you, one flaw of the DM's choice is removed. The fingers do not uncurl. Ooh, I like that too. On the sixth roll of 1, the hand disintegrates and the replacement effects no longer occur. You move 1 alignment closer to evil. I want to say something else here. I feel like the evil thing doesn't make sense to me because curses are not evil, they're madness. So I would say you should move 1 alignment closer to chaotic. I probably wouldn't do good to evil. I'd probably do order to chaos. But I do like this use of remove curse as essentially a, like, curse medicine. Like, it's like taking Tylenol during the flu. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think that allowing remove curse to let someone re-roll a saving throw against a curse, I feel like that is a pretty simple solution to making remove curse feel less like a quick solve and more like a potential solve. Yeah. What if you're already chaotic? Does nothing happen? What if you're already evil? Then nothing happens. It's the same thing. So yeah, I would say nothing would happen in this last bit then, aside from all the other shit that you're dealing with. The 5 different types of madness you've now stacked on top of each other. That's the other thing that I wanted to say, is that I don't actually know if stacking forms of madness will continue to be fun. I feel like it would be tedious after you have 3 that you have to keep track of. And I think it would enter elements of this game isn't fun anymore. Like, this character is kind of unplayable. So I would think about that a little bit too. And so that's the one thing that I actually think probably I would look at the most if I was going to change anything about this, is reconsider what the curse actually does in terms of the madness table, and reconsider how it grows, how the curse gets worse with each curling of the finger. Because I worry that multiple indefinite madnesses on top of each other is kind of just going to get annoying. And you don't want your curses to be annoying in that sort of way. Like, think about it like this. If you want a video game to be difficult, you want that video game to be difficult because it's challenging. You don't want that video game to be difficult because the controller inputs do not work very well. So that's how I feel like you should think about designing your curses. All right, Squash. I don't have much more to say, Squatch. Thank you for sharing. I think it's a pretty straightforward, fun little item. The Saint/Sinner's Hand. You could make your own madness chart. I wouldn't even make a madness chart. I would just pick. I would just plan for it. You could pretend that you were making a madness chart, but I wouldn't do that. All right, let's give Squatch a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. I said big, not loud. Sound, get better. Thank you. Okay, sound, chill. I know you can be really loud if you want to. Just be medium loud. Oh, Squatch. Boop. Did we get any new submissions? We did. Hey, Tradosio. We got Tradosio, Name, and House Johnson. Hope all of you are doing well. Yeah, I was thinking some sort of escalating madness. Like, it could be one effect that sort of gets worse over time, or maybe requires more DC saving throws. Pixie Pallets! How are you doing, buddy? What's new in town? You been making art? Pixie, are you live right now? What are you doing talking to me? You're live, you silly goose. I hope you're doing well. What are you making today? Like a fur creature? Looked like a squirrel skateboarder with a big head. I couldn't get a good look at it. It looked like a kind of creature that could be a skateboarder, though. A cat chibi commission. Ah, cool. How do you feel about a cleric that gets their channel divinity at 6th, but not 2nd? I think that could work. I don't see a problem with that. It would be different. I don't know if there are any clerics that do that in a current game, but now I'm curious if there are. I don't think there are. Let's check. No. 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 I don't think there's any. But it's probably... I don't think... It would be different, but I guess my question would be like... If you have a good reason for doing so, then I think it's fine. So the question you have to ask yourself is like, does that need to be the way it's expressed? And if you're like, it works, it's the easiest way to do it, it's the best way to do it, it makes the most sense, then go for it. If you're worried the idea for the channel divinity would be too strong, I would say the first thing to look at are any numbers involved. Because what you could do is you could scale those numbers down, but have the numbers scale up over time so that by the time it got to level 6, it would be at roughly the same power as if you just put it at level 6, but didn't scale everything down a little bit. I don't know if it would be that odd to have turn undead at level 2, but not your special domain divinity. I mean, it would feel different. It would be a little odd, I guess. It would give short-term madness until the start of your next turn on a failed wisdom save. Is that really the table is that really what you want to use? I would not use this table. I would write my own table, or I would come up with a different way to express that than this table. That would be my suggestion. My suggestion would be not using this table. But if you really want to use that table, I would say ignore the duration aspect. Make it... Yeah, the table's too strong. You could make something go unconscious. I don't think it works. To be fair, the madness table is really not designed for the players to use. It's really designed for it to happen to the players. So I would be like, this, maybe use this as like what you build your own thing off of. But I wouldn't just copy that. And then you can make it work at level 2. You could even sort of do a cheeky thing with it where you could have it scale sort of like the way that some bard features work, where you have a table that's like a D12 table of madness that you design. And at level 2, when they roll on the madness table, they roll a D6. And then at a higher level, they roll a D8, and a higher level a D10, and a higher level a D12. So you could scale up the potential power of the madness effect behind the dice. So like I would make the 1 through 6 the same power level and something that would be reasonable at level 2. But then 7 and 8 could be a little stronger, 9 and 10 could be a little stronger, and 11 and 12 could be like capstone strength. That's how some bards work, and I think it works well. They use the bardic inspiration. Boo! Hexagonal. 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 What's up, Hexagonal? What do you have for us today? My goal for this piece was to make a monk subclass that expanded the uses of monk weapons. Like an alternative to the Kensai. It's pretty unfinished and scuff at the moment, but so far it feels like a decent proof of concept compared to other homebrews I've done. All right, so we know a couple things going in. It's pretty scuffed at the moment, so we're gonna just take that into consideration. And this is intended to be like an alternative to the Kensai, so we could keep an eye on the Kensai for a balanced perspective. But let's not. Yeah, I'm gonna just pull it up just in case that would make sense. It would make a little sense to do. So the 3rd level Kensai, basically, they get their special Kensai weapons. They get the ability to get a +2 to their AC if they attack with unarmed strikes while wielding their weapon. And they can use a bonus action to do extra damage with their weapon. And they get a little proficiency bonus. And then in other stuff, they can do other things sort of similarly straightforward in that way. Let's take a look at this Way of the Blade Dancer. Here it is in YouTube. Here it is in Twitch. The way you send me Homebrew is if you are watching on Twitch, you do the command wheel and follow that link. Or if you're watching on YouTube, it's in the video description. Okay, so let's see what we get at 3rd level. Starting at 3rd level, you can make an attack with a monk weapon instead of making an unarmed strike when you would use your martial arts class feature to make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. You can also replace the unarmed strikes from your flurry of blows feature while attacking using a monk weapon. Additionally, you gain proficiency in the performance skill. I don't think you realize how powerful this is, and I think you need to limit it. Tori! Okay, time out. TTRPG Toria, guys, is a very good friend of mine. She's awesome. She's amazing. And she's also a streamer. And I miss her. And you should all go follow her. There she is on Twitch. There she is on YouTube. This is a very cozy jumper. And I like that you call it a jumper. I call it a sweater. But it's both. How you doing, buddy? Uh-oh. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so the first thing that I want to say about this piece is that being able to replace your unarmed attacks with monk weapons allows you to make your bonus action attacks at range. And I don't think you're keeping that in mind. Being able to use Flurry of Blows to make 2 ranged attacks, or your bonus action attack to make a ranged attack, that's basically the entirety of the Sun Soul monk subclass all in one. So I would limit this to melee monk weapons at the bare minimum. At a bare minimum, you got to limit this to melee weapons, because it's a little too powerful if it can be used with ranged weapons. I also feel like the math might be a little fucked on it too, in terms of, like, you now basically are getting a fighter's power level. You're basically getting more extra attacks than a fighter if you are making your Flurry of Blows and unarmed strikes with your weapons. And I worry that that might be too strong in general. Because by 5th level, you basically can hit with the same output of a fighter doing Action Surge, but like multiple times compared to the fighter. Like way more times than the fighter. So yeah, maybe stick to light weapons. That could be the way to do it. Limit it to melee and light weapons would probably be the solution there. Yeah, I agree with that. But it's a little bit overpowered, I think, and I'd be worried about that in general. I mean, you could maybe limit it to once, but even then, I would just make it light weapons only. I think that's a much more elegant solution. Yeah, I also think it's evocative and interesting. I think if you limit it to light melee monk weapons, it goes from being an overpowered feature to essentially being a very cool ribbon feature. And considering that we're getting a whole bunch of other shit down here, in order for this stuff to be balanced, you basically need to turn this into a ribbon feature. So I think that would be good. Like, this needs to be severely underpowered if we're going to be getting a bunch more stuff. So making it light melee weapons just does that. Welcome, Abdal. How are you doing? Very rarely are things unsalvageable. Honestly, man, sometimes I'll read a piece of Homebrew and every single feature in it, I'll be like, this is too strong. This doesn't work. This doesn't make sense. I'm confused. And at the end, I still will feel like it is very salvageable. Very rarely is something not salvageable. I think the only time I feel like something is not salvageable is when it feels like it's not worth salvaging, which usually comes into 2 situations. One, where if the idea you're trying to convey just genuinely doesn't work for D&D mechanics, or 2, if the idea you're trying to convey is, like, in any way, like, hurtful. Like, every now and then, we'll get a piece that has a little bit of a racist vibe to it, and we'll just be like, I don't want to I'm not going to review this. I don't really care. But that doesn't happen that much. You guys are mostly very kind people. Okay, let's take a look at the other 3rd level feature. Dancer's Flourish. What level is Flame Tongue Descent? Because with this, Flame Tongue is a lot. Yeah, well, that's what, like, but, you know, I don't know what Flame Tongue Descent is. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Light melee weapons are club, dagger, hand axe, light hammer, sickle, and short swords. Yeah. So you basically, the 3rd level feature would basically be you get a speed boost to using D6s to your monk unarmed strikes, which is a pretty good thing at 3rd level. And then by the time that becomes irrelevant, you can use your monk martial arts die for those weapons anyway. So the scale would be fine. And again, we're about to get a whole other thing at 3rd level. Okay, this is called Dancer's Flourish. Additionally, at 3rd level, you learn one of the following flourishes of your choice. When you finish a short or long rest, this is called Flourish of the Flowing River. When you finish a short or long rest, you can channel your ki to alter one monk weapon with the versatile property within your reach. Until the end of your next short or long rest, the weapon loses the versatile property and gains the two-handed and reach property. The weapon still counts as a monk weapon. Huh. Okay. I think this is interesting, but I'm going to say right now, if all of these are just altering weapons to make them different, I think you got to rethink this subclass. Because I don't really understand. I don't think this feature, I don't really understand what, I don't think this does anything. Like, what does this do? You got mod checked? What do you do? Like, in order for this to feel like it's doing anything, you need to keep this unbalanced. So I don't think this works. Flourish of the Gentle Breeze. You can treat any weapon with a light property as a monk weapon. Additionally, when you use Flurry of Blows with 2 weapons, the additional attacks are made as part of the same action. Wait, what? When you're wielding 2 light monk weapons, the additional attacks are made as a part of the action? Attack? What? I don't understand what this does. So I'm now confused, but I don't understand what this is doing. And then you can treat any simple ranged weapon or bow as a monk weapon. Yeah, I would completely I think this needs a ground up rework, dude. Because I really don't think you're taking into account just how powerful all of those attacks can be when you are completely not, when any weapon can count as a monk weapon. No bonus action for Flurry of Blows is what it does. I think, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. That feels too strong. I'm going to be honest. I'll keep reading this, but so far this doesn't really feel like a subclass. This feels like it feels really built upon an misunderstanding of power levels. Yeah, it's just a free attack. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take a look at 6th level. I'm gonna take. Oh, we're getting. I'm gonna take a look at this first 6th level feature, but I think we might be done after that. Beginning at 6th level, monk weapons you wield count as magical. Additionally, you gain an increased mastery over the way your body moves as you fight and the way you channel your ki through your weapons. Choose one of the following dance masteries. While wielding a monk weapon, you get +1 to your AC. And when a creature reaches within your reach with a monk weapon, misses with an attack. You're just... Okay, so I'm going to tell you what the problem is right now, is we're not actually doing anything interesting. Okay, so I am going to stop reading it here, because I think we have gotten to the 6th level, and we actually don't have any unique features at all. Every single feature that we get makes us hit more. That's pretty much it. I think that if I were you, I would go back to the drawing board, and I would think about it like this. I would try to think about it less like a monk with weapons that is good with weapons should hit a bunch more with those weapons. And I'm thinking I would look for inspiration in like the Battle Master. And I would be like, they get unique moves they can do with their weapons. And I would tie those moves into maybe Flurry of Blows. I would treat it... you could look at, like, the Way of the Open Hand, for example. The Way of the Open Hand monk, when they use their Flurry of Blows, they can do some extra feature. And I would basically do it like that. When you use your Flurry of Blows, you can replace one of those unarmed strikes with a special move with your monk weapon. Something like that. And that monk weapon would do something. It wouldn't just be an attack. It would be like a tripping attack or whatever the thing is that you think a monk should do. And then the question you should ask yourself is... what sort of maneuvers, what sort of battle maneuvers or fighting maneuvers or dance moves would a monk have that would be different than a fighter? So I wouldn't just copy what the fighter gets. I would ask that question specifically for the monk. Because I do sort of feel like the way to play a battle dancer right now, like the way to express the idea of this subclass is to be a dexterity-based Battle Master. Or the Kensai. So I would go back to the drawing board here. I think the idea is solid. I think it's cool to lean into monks that are better at fighting with weapons. But I think that because the Kensai exists, you got to be more specific in the weapons you're choosing. And you have to be much more specific in the types of mechanics you're getting. These mechanics are very broad. And they're basically just you're attacking more. So I would change that around. All right. Thank you for sharing. That was hexagonal. Saucer bomb. Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate it. All right, let us give Hexagonal a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Boop. Anybody new? Ooh, a bunch of new. Look at you. You beautiful creators. You glorious fiends. You sensual tyrannosauri. Boo! It's Batum. Submitter, I hardly know her. That joke gets better and worse every single time. Batumum. Hello, I enjoy writing homebrew, especially monsters, and my goal is to make sure my piece is balanced. This is called a brood mother. Let's take a look. The brood mother. A small monstrosity. Here it is in YouTube. And if Twitch, you want to give her a gander as well. The brood mother. CR4. I don't know why you picked CR4, but I'm telling you right now, these stats and this hit point and this armor is not CR4. This is really low. This is really, really low. All right, let's see what this thing does. It doesn't really have any noticeable features immediately other than it's very slow and it's incredibly squishy. I would say CR2 maximum, dude. There are CR1 monsters that have better stats than this. Broodmother's spawn. At the end of the broodmother's turn, it gives birth to 2d6 sturges. Okay, so I'm going to say something right now. This feature is only good and only fun if it is incredibly limited in how often it is used. This is an unplayable encounter if 2d6 new monsters are going to enter the board every round. It's kind of unplayable from a Dungeon Master perspective because that is an insane amount of monsters to keep track of. It's also kind of unplayable from an action economy perspective for how many turns they're going to get. And it's also genuinely not going to be fun. It's genuinely not going to be fun because the players will feel like they're not doing anything. It will become tedious very quickly. Instead of 2d6 sturges, it'd probably be better to make it a swarm type creature. Yeah, I agree. Either making it so it's summoning a swarm of sturges and that has one stat block, or, like what some people suggest, lower the dice significantly and make it on a recharge. The Strigoi is CR4, and it can only summon 1d4 plus 2 sturges once per day. The Strigoi, what is that? Because that just sounds like what this person is trying to make. Because this is a monster that summons sturges. Yeah, look. Yeah, good call. This thing only summons 1d4 plus 2 a day. And they're only there for an hour. So I think you got to really reimagine this first part. You saw my shorts? Hello. You could do a couple sturges and the encounter has some spawn, but that's not something you want to assume a dungeon master is going to do. So we're still wanting to make it like it work as a stat block. I'd make it have 1d4 plus 1 swarms that it can summon a day. Well, I think that could work. It depends on what the swarms are. Even if it's one sturge around, it does feel endless. I agree. Oops. Let's see. What are its actions that it can do? As an action, the Broodmother calls any sturge within 30 feet to occupy the spaces close to the Broodmother. The sturge use their reaction to move. Any attacks that successfully hit the Broodmother hit one of the sturges instead. Okay, so if you're going to be doing stuff like this, I would not do this with actual monster stat blocks. I would just make this into a feature this thing had. This is again, I think this might work, but I think that the vibe, like, I think this system could work, but I think that I would probably, I think you got to change it up. Here's what I would make. Here's what I would do. I would not make this an action. I would make this a reaction, and this is how the reaction would work. The reaction would be, if the Broodmother has a sturge within 5 feet of it and it's targeted with an attack, it can use its reaction to make a sturge the target of that attack instead. And that's what I would make that do. I would maybe even give it multiple uses of that reaction. Like, maybe you could use that reaction indefinitely so long as there was a sturge within 5 feet of it. But that's the way that I would express that. Boiling blood. It does some acid damage, and any sturge within 30 feet becomes frenzied and target the creature. Frenzied doesn't mean anything, so I don't know. That doesn't mean anything. So that doesn't really feel like it's doing anything. I would probably take that word out, unless it's supposed to mean something, and then I would say what that's supposed to mean. And I would get rid of this reaction, and I would replace it with the one that I suggested. What if the summoned sturges only have 1 hit point each? Even then, it's just annoying to keep track of. Like, I think that there's better systems to do that. This creature is probably too swingy. If it loses initiative, it could go down before the round ends. Yeah, I agree. If this thing is going last in the initiative, it dies before any sturges appear. And even then, it doesn't really matter. Like, 1 fireball. You know, sturges can't get in the way of a fireball. Layer actions. As an action, any sturge within 10 feet of the Broodmother that has drained 10 HP from a creature are consumed by the Broodmother. You got to figure out how to write your sentences a little bit better. Look how long this whole thing is 1 sentence, and it's fucking tedious the way that it's written. As an action, any sturge within 10 feet of the Broodmother that has drained... Okay. Get rid of the as an action, because layer actions aren't an as an action. So here's what you say. Any sturge within 10 feet of the Broodmother that has drained 10 HP from a creature... No. Holy shit. I'm reading it wrong because of the way you fucking wrote it. Who is the one doing stuff? The Broodmother. So start with the Broodmother. Layer action. The Broodmother reaches out and consumes any sturge within 10 feet of it that has drained 10 HP or more from a creature within the last minute. Period. New sentence. After 3 sturges have been consumed in this way, it grows to medium in size, and you deal with more things. But again, I think you need to completely rebuild your system here, because this is not gonna be fun. This is gonna be like fucking tedious and genuinely a frustrating fight. So this is gonna be. I would say simplify your system for it to grow sturges, and don't underestimate the power of having sturges. And if you really want it to have so many sturges because you want it to be using a lot of its reactions and shit to take less damage, I wouldn't actually have it summon sturges. I would just describe it that way and make it a feature that it had, because this is going to be fucking tedious. Yeah, it feels like a video game mechanic, not a TTRPG mechanic. I agree 100%. I think spewer type enemies are really fun in Baldur's Gate 3 because it's a video game. I think that's why they work in video games. I think that's why they work in Baldur's Gate 3. I also think you could do it a little bit, but I think if it's the whole monster is built upon it is summoning a thing every round, that's not going to lead to a fun fight. That might lead to an exciting beginning of a fight, but that fight will inevitably become tedious. The only way that fight would not be tedious is if everything it summons automatically dies if you kill it. Maybe that would make it okay, but even then, it's going to be fucking tedious to run. And what it's going to turn into, and I think this might be what you're not thinking about, is it's going to turn into the Dungeon Master taking so long to take their turn. It's just going to eat up so much time. Like, you don't want the Dungeon Master to have to take a ridiculously longer turn than the players anyway, and this is just going to really exacerbate that problem. Yeah, it would just get boring. It would just get boring after a while. So I think you got to rebuild that system. So that's my main thought. And then I also think the stats of this thing really do not merit it being CR4. And the amount of creatures it's summoning, I don't think balances it. I just think it makes it kind of tedious. So I would rethink the way that you're building this, and I would try to sit in the headspace of the whole encounter. The beginning, middle, end of the encounter, running this thing as a Dungeon Master and facing this thing as a player, and try to think about what that would feel like, and make sure that every aspect of that feels good. Those are my thoughts. Glook. Thank you for sharing, Batamum. Let's give them a round of applause. Revenge for Shepherd Druids. Boop. Who was the last person? Skim milk. I thought it was. Hey, I think it's a cool theme. I think it's cool thematically too. I honestly think using the Strigoi, you could probably literally just use this monster for whatever you were building it for. But this also is a good example of a CR4 monster that summons things. If you're trying to figure out how to build its stats and how to power balance it a little bit better. Strigoi. Who's raiding me? Who's coming into my show? Urban Hangman? What are you doing here, you goof? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Hello, hello. If you just got here, hi, Urban. Thank you for the raid. My name is CinderBlocksally. I am reviewing D&D Homebrew that you send in. So if you have ever written D&D Homebrew and you want me to review it, or if you just want to hang out while I review other people's D&D Homebrew, stick around. And the way you send in Homebrew is you put in the command wheel in the chat on Twitch, or you just click the link in the description in a YouTube. Welcome, welcome. How was your show? Was it good? Did you have a fun time? Is this the rage stream? No. Some rage might happen, but if the rage happens, it'll be natural rage. It won't be intentional rage. I have the safety bars up. No, I think we're going to call the rage stream something pretty different, because I want people to really understand what they're signing up for when they send Homebrew for that one, because I don't want anybody to be upset when I make fun of them. Frank, I think what made them work better is probably two things. One, they might have just not worked better, but there was way less intercommunication between people playing the game across the world for that to become like a noticeable pattern. It might have just been an issue that people dealt with on the local level and never became a bigger issue in the minds of the creators. I also think everything was much squishier. All the numbers were much smaller. And it was much more reasonable for characters to die. I haven't raged much lately. I know. I've been trying to chill out a little bit. I know how much you guys like when I rage. Anyway, let's give her a spin. A bucket, 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 a ba 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 boo! It's the Zocker twins. What you got for us, Zocker twins? My first ever piece of homebrew. I made an intelligence-based fighter subclass for my character. You can skip the flavor text if you like. If it's long and tedious, I might, but I do want to know what the goal of the piece is, because that helps me balance my thoughts around it. Here it is in Twitch if you guys want to take a look. Here it is in YouTube if you want to take a look. Okay, cunning tacticians are fighters who blend their martial prowess with their keen intellect and tactical insight. They strategize and manipulate the battlefield to their advantage, making them a force to be reckoned with. I mean, I'm gonna just call it like I see it. Sounds like a battle master. Doesn't that sound like a battle master? Like, how is that not a battle master? All right, I'm just gonna be thinking about the battle master in the back of my head while we look at this. Battle tactics. In the heat of battle, the cunning tactician relies on their tactical insight to gain the upper hand. They gain access to a reservoir of tactical insight dice, which they can utilize to This is just... Are these just... Is this not Battle Master? Are we getting superiority dice? Okay. Equal to your intelligence modifier or 2, whichever is greater. Your tactical insight dice are replenished when you finish a long rest. Okay. Choose one simple or martial weapon. Attacks and damage rolls with this weapon can use your intelligence modifier. Both rolls must use the same modifier. I don't think you need to say that. I think you can just say attack and that both rolls must. Yeah, I think that's. I don't think you need this sentence. At levels 10 and 15, you can choose an additional weapon. You gain access to Cunning Strike and Planned Retreat. I guess we'll find out what we're doing with these dice in a second, but, like, this is a weird... I'm going to ask a question here, and I genuinely mean this from a place of sincerity. But why are we using intelligence for our attack and damage rolls? Like, genuinely, what is the fiction here? What is selling that mechanic? I don't know. And that, to me, is kind of an issue. I don't understand literally how it's happening. With the Hexblade, it is their Hexblade magic, so it's charisma because it's tied to their magic. With the Artificer, with the Battlemaster, with the Battlesmith Artificer, it's magic weapons, which are tied to their... crafting. They understand the magic of the weapon, so they can wield it with their magic using mind. Do you see what I mean here? So I just don't understand what the fiction is, and I think that is weirdly important. So I think I would genuinely consider, like, why this is this way. And make sure that feels evident in the flavor. Because to me, it really doesn't make any sense. For why we could pick one weapon and suddenly we can use our intelligence with it. But why couldn't we do that with other weapons? Like, either it's a skill, which means we can just do it. Or it's magic, which means it's tied to something sort of, you know, in a focused way. All right, let's take a look at what Cunning Strike and Planned Retreat do. Once per turn, when making a melee weapon attack, you can roll one or more tactical insight dice. Add the highest roll to the attack roll and the total damage roll. Okay, I think that you can't have this like this. If the dice are d8s, I really don't think we can be adding them to the attack roll and the damage roll. I think that's too strong. And I'm going to just I've talked about this a couple times, but bounded accuracy is a very important concept in D&D. It is what balances a lot of how attacking and damage dealing works. And basically, the idea is, in a nutshell, the numbers don't ever get that high. So I could, for example, like, so let me give you an example. The highest bonus you can get to an attack roll in D&D is +10 through one feature, and that is either the War Cleric or the Conquest Paladin. It's both of their channel divinities do the same thing. That is a channel divinity feature. So it is incredibly limited, and that is not adding any damage. That is only adding to the attack roll. And barbarians essentially get this exact feature. Not barbarians, I'm sorry. Battle Masters get this exact feature in one of their maneuvers. I don't remember which one, but it's one of them. Precision attack. You can add your Battle Master die to the attack roll, but just the attack roll, not the damage. And you notice, if you look at every other Battle Master maneuver, or most of them, you're adding that die to the damage. The only one where you're really not adding it to the damage is precision and attack. And that is precisely because adding to your attack roll is so fucking strong in D&D. So I don't think this mechanic works super well in its current iteration. Let's take a look at Planned Retreat. Once per turn, when attacking a creature, roll 1 tactical insight die. The creature loses its reaction, and you can move up to half your base movement speed. If this attack hits, add the tactical insight die to the damage roll. I'm going to be honest. These just feel like overpowered Battle Master maneuvers. I don't understand why this subclass exists. I feel like you should just be a Battle Master. Like, there's... I'm not trying to be harsh, but that's really what it feels like. This feels like a underbaked Battle Master. If you're going to give us a whole mechanic based around resources, I think we need more than just 2 options. And I think those options need to feel radically different than options available in the Battle Master. So I'm going to take a look at 7th level, but I'm going to be honest. I think that if I were you, I would just play Battle Master. I think that these feel overpowered. This one doesn't feel crazy overpowered, but it feels kind of random. I don't understand why the creature loses their reaction, and I guess like it just feels like this feels like this feels like other features jammed together that I've seen in other places. Let's take a look at 7th level. You gain access to Cunning Riposte and 1 other mental fortitude from the list below. At level 15, you gain another one. When a creature makes a melee attack against you, you can use your action, add 1 tactical insight die to your AC. These are just Battle Master maneuvers! These are just Battle Master maneuvers. You're just making overpowered Battle Master maneuvers. So it's like, do you want to be a Battle Master where you can pick all your options, or do you want to be a Battle Master where you can pick, you don't pick any options, but they're just significantly stronger? It doesn't feel like a subclass. Yeah, I don't know, man. If I were you, I think you need to be thinking a little bit more about how to incorporate intelligence into the fighter outside of things that feel so similar to Battle Master maneuvers. I just don't think this works. What else would a tactician do, you know? I would think about things like maybe they would have more of a support role. Maybe they would have more features that allowed them to support their allies in getting bonuses to attacks or damage rolls, or maybe moving people around in combat, maybe giving allies bonuses to their initiative, or this. I think you gotta really face the facts that the Battle Master exists, and you gotta make this thing earn existing. Make it. It has to feel like it feels like something distinct. The idea of a person who, you know, uses their tactical insight to strategize and manipulate the battlefield is awesome, but we're not getting any of that here. So I think I would rethink the way you're going about accomplishing that goal.
Hooray!
Skim Milk. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, it seems like we're just sort of getting more... It's just sort of still just keeping that Battle Master, but limited, but stronger vibe all the way through. I think you got to rethink that vibe, man. That's what I would do. I would say I question that as being the vibe to follow this path on. I think a way you could maybe make this work is look at all the Battle Master maneuvers and try to come up with new ones that don't already have. You could do that. Or have a system that doesn't use Battle Master maneuver dice, so it's less comparing it, right? I mean, I think a good example of that would be the path of the Rune Knight fighter, or the Cyanite fighter. Well, the Cyanite fighter uses resources, but all the things feel very, very flavorful, and they're very tied to the thing, and they're very different than what the Battle Master can do. So that could be an example of that, but they really tie the flavor in nicely. But the Rune Knight gets a bunch of different features that do not function at all in the same sort of resource system as the Battle Master fighter. And some of those features do kind of feel like Battle Master maneuvers. But they're hidden more because they sit in a much more different, larger framework. All right. Thank you very much, Zocker Twins. I encourage you to make your piece more distinct from the Battle Master. And I hope that you go forward and enjoy playing it when you do play it. Let us give them a big round of applause. Whoever it was in chat that said that they thought that was me raging has not been on my streams very late. Not often, I think. Because that was pretty chill. I don't feel exacerbated. Exacerbated is not the word. I don't feel tired. Rune Knight is kind of like a cooler artificer. Yep, I agree. I love the Rune Knight. Rune Knights are fun. Boo! Fluffcopter's up. What we got today, Fluffcopter? Wanted to make a bard based on dancing skeletons. Alright. That's a good goal. College of Bones. Would I review Homebrew for NPC ideas? I would review their stat blocks. I don't know if I would review ideas because I feel like my opinion on your idea doesn't matter. Like, I'm not reviewing these Homebrew pieces based on how much I want to use them. I'm reviewing them based on how well I think they do of accomplishing their goal. And it's much... There's like tactical things I can point out to be like, fix this, change this, overpowered, underpowered, bloggle, bloggle, bleagle, bloogle. But I can't do that with your NPC idea because with your NPC idea, it's just sort of a matter of taste, you know? College of Bones. There's a 70% chance you'll hate this, but you could use another opinion. Oh, God. I love when people send me stuff they're confident I'm not going to like. Skeletons are benign and playful in art, but uncanny in the world. Are they benign and playful in art? I feel like that is not something that everyone would agree with. They are dancing puppets and undead automata. They frighten, they jest. They are silly until they're not. All right, if you say so. I don't think most people would agree with that sentiment. Bards of the College of Bones dance and rejoice in the world of fear. Their goofy and creepy philosophy revolves around their one universal truth. There are skeletons inside of us. They want to come out and dance. I like that last sentence. That's funny. Let's see. At 3rd level, we get 2 features. We get Macabre Melody and Skelepathy. Skelepathy is a great word. Macabre Melody. When you join the college at 3rd level, whenever an ally uses your inspiration die, a creature of your choice within 10 feet of the ally must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they become frightened of the ally for 1 minute. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. I like this a lot. I think this is solid. And I think this growth system doesn't make sense, and I would get rid of it. This is a lovely example of you knowing when to quit and not quitting. Fluffcopter, overpowering. We don't need this sort of scaling. I'll tell you what. Do you know what would be reasonable? Maybe for the 14th level feature, you could have it scale. Or maybe have it scale once. But I don't think this scaling is reasonable at all. Change it. Skelepathy. Also starting at 3rd level, your bones can detect the presence of their kind. It's a weird sentence. As an action, you can use this feature to know the location of bones within 30 feet of you for the next 10 minutes. I would say detect, not know. Creatures with a skeletal system cannot hide from you inside this radius. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. When you use it, okay, don't make it 10 minutes, make it 1 minute. If you're getting this many uses of it, make it 1 minute, not 10 minutes. I do have a question, and I don't want you to answer it in chat, although you can, but I want you to think about it. Why? Okay, if we take the flavor of this thing away for a second, just for like a half second, and look at what it actually is getting at 3rd level, it's getting a feature that is allowing you to frighten other creatures, which makes a lot of sense, I think, for what the thing is going for, and mechanically, I see the direction. Why is it getting the ability to be aware of things? Like, how does that help sell the fiction of it? Or let me rephrase that. I understand how it helps sell the fiction of it. I don't know if it makes sense, like, mechanically. It feels very out of left field. You know? Like, I'm not sure if this makes sense as a feature to give this subclass. I understand it from the story perspective, but why is this subclass getting a detection ability? I don't know. Feels out of pocket. Let's see what we're getting at 6th level. Spooky, scary skeletons. At 6th level, you learn Animate Dead. Doesn't count against the number of bards spells. Additionally, it has the following changes. You can only raise skeletons. Using the spell on corpses causes its skeleton to rip out of its body. Great. You can only control 3 skeletons at a time. If the spell would make you control more than 3 skeletons, it automatically fails. I think that... So does that mean you can't upcast it to a certain level? Like, you can't upcast it past 6th level then? Or 3rd, 4th, 5th. You can't upcast it past 5th level. And when frightened creatures make any saving throw against your spell save DC, they have a -1 penalty to the save for each skeleton you control in this space within 30 feet of them. This is also too strong. I would say within 5 feet of them. This is just a reference to the skelepathy joke, S-tier feature. All right, if you say so. I don't think it really fits, but if you think it works for the meme, then keep it. Make this range 5 feet, and I think this is much more reasonable. You can use this spell without expending a spell slot a number of times. No, fuck that. You can make this spell once a day for free. Not infinite, not proficiency bonus times per day for free. You psychopath. Once a day. And I would say the once a day for free casting is at the 3rd level. And let's take a look at Shackling Shuffle. Starting at 14th level, when a creature becomes frightened By the use of your inspiration die, it takes psychic damage equal to the number rolled. Additionally, when a creature fails its saving throw to the end of the effect, you can use your reaction to target yourself, the source of their fright, or one of your skeletons. The target becomes... This is tedious. What is this? Figure out how to say this in not these ways, or don't make this the feature. I think this last part's tedious. Here's what I would do. I would keep this. I would completely drop this, and I would make it so at this level is when you can frighten more than one creature at a time. Frightened creatures take damage, and now you can frighten 2 creatures at a time with this. That's what I would do for the top. I would get rid of this. I think it's kind of neat overall. I think that you are pushing overpowered in a couple directions, but I think that's fine when you're in your rough draft. You just gotta know to tone it back and be honest with yourself about what needs to be toned back. And apparently this is a meme, but I'm telling you that I think it feels a little out of place. So I think if you want to keep Skillopathy as a meme, I think keep it. I think the idea of you detecting creatures with bones feels out of place. At least in the way this subclass works, because a lot of it oddly, I don't know, man. I don't think it feels, it just doesn't make sense. It just feels like it doesn't make sense. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fun subclass. I think that I wish that there was more bone stuff. Like, I don't think Skillopathy is a good introduction to the bone mechanics. That's really my issue. I think this is a fun ribbon feature if we have other bone stuff beforehand, but I think that this feels like a weird first bone feature. What's up, Wheel? We're doing any homebrew. Any homebrew you want to send in. Don't be sorry. It's okay if you're busy, man. All right. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Fluffcopter. I don't really have more thoughts than that. Overall, I think it's an interesting idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You've built a very good rough draft. Now cut enough off so that it can be polished. Homebrew's going good. I think it's going good. I've been enjoying it so far. What if I sent you my yeasted ale from my basement? I don't like that kind of homebrew as much. I used to brew all sorts of stuff with my housemates. We used to make mead and beer pretty regularly. So I am familiar with that kind of brewing. I haven't done it in a long time. I don't think I would be good at it. But I have done it. It's rigged. The wheel's rigged. I should get a P.O. box. I've looked into it before. It's kind of expensive in the city that I live in. Getting a P.O. box in the city that I'm in is, like, not cheap. Although maybe I will. My friend served as a sniper in the British Army in Afghanistan. Wait. Elixir! Last person to submit. That's cool. He loves rogues, so I made him a sniper subclass the other day. All right, that's cool. Here's the thing about snipers in D&D. Realistically, they can't ever actually be that far away. Because the battle map's not going to be that big. So that's the thing that you got to kind of keep in mind when you're going to be doing stuff with snipers. Is that, like, in order for these things to work in D&D, the Dungeon Master really has to accommodate them. I wish it was like $5. No, getting a P.O. box, I'll tell you, getting a P.O. box near me, it would end up, it was like more than $100 a month. It was like 137 or 127. It was enough where I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't think it's going to pay itself back. And I don't want to have to deal with people sending me a bunch of fucking garbage. Not that you guys would send me garbage, but, you know, sometimes people get sent, like, weird stuff, too. Yeah, USD. Yeah, man. It was expensive. Maybe I was looking in the wrong spot. It was very centrally located. Best criticism of Homebrew I've ever heard? What? What criticism of Homebrew? Map range for snipers. Yeah. The reason why I think about it is because I feel like a lot of people post ideas about really cool characters. Actually, what really made me start thinking about it was I had a character that wanted to play a sniper. And every time the people would do an encounter, they'd be like, all right, I'm going to go 200 feet back and climb a tree. And it would just become really frustrating for me as a dungeon master because I had to figure out how to accommodate that for every encounter. And I had to change my game so much to make that work. And then at a certain point, I basically at a certain point had to like try to get the player to stop doing that. And what I should have done is I should have said, hey man, it's hard for me to run a game for a sniper. I need you to play it differently. But what I did do was just have people assault his sniper position a lot. And when he got attacked by himself, it was not good. So I tried to solve it in a not great way. And we should have just talked about it. But you know, I was young and naive. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing gets. Sniper. At 3rd level, we get 2 features. Eyes of the Sniper and Ranged Master. You gain proficiency in Perception. If you already have it, then you may pick from another skill. All right. Just proficiency. I would give you expertise in Perception. And I might even make it so... I might even give you a little bit of that Eagle Eye thing. Like, I might give you proficiency in Perception and allow you to use your bonus action to give yourself advantage on a perception check or something, or your bonus action to like scope in your sight line on something, you know? You could take an example from the 6th level Eagle Eye perception feature that the Totem Barbarian gets, where they can see things really far away very clearly. You could do something like that here. It could almost be like an alternative use of Cunning action. That could be kind of fun. And then the other thing is you get proficiency in ranged weapons. If firearms exist, you get them. You can add your wisdom bonus to the attack and damage rolls made with a ranged weapon. This is a... Okay, fun. Guys, why does this not work? This feature exists somewhere else in the game already. Does anyone know where? This is a 3rd level ranger feature right now. I just told you, it's Ranger. It's not a 3rd level Ranger feature. This is a, I believe, 20th level Ranger feature. You can add your wisdom modifier to the attack and damage rolls against your favored foe. So I feel like it's probably a little too strong to give a 3rd level feature, or to give a 20th level feature at 3rd level. So I think you got to rethink that. One of the more important things to do when you're designing a subclass is to stop thinking about what this subclass needs. A subclass doesn't need to be what makes the numbers go up. The numbers can go up in the subclass, but that's not what the subclass should be. What the subclass should be is giving you the tools to tell a story that you cannot tell with any other subclass. A subclass should give you the tools you need. It should give you the tools you need to play a character that you can't play otherwise. And having just attack and damage rolls go up is not helping you do that. It's just making the numbers go up. Dude, it's incredibly overpowered, Elixir. This is a 20th level feature on the Ranger. The other thing is, even if it's limited in use, it's the same fucking issue we had with the last one, where they were rolling d8s and adding them to their attack and damage rolls. That's just, D&D is not designed for that. Like, did you ever notice that magic weapons only ever go up to +3? Like, you don't want to think about it in terms of numbers go up. Numbers can go up a little bit, but stop thinking about it in terms of numbers go up. I would say the question to ask is what could you give at 3rd level that would make you feel like a sniper that wouldn't be numbers go up? That's the question. I like the idea of adding your wisdom modifier instead of your dex when you make attacks further than 60 feet away. But the thing is, Tradosio, I don't know if that's a positive feature because dexterity is going to be like 9 times out of 10, even if you're playing this subclass, your dex is going to be higher than your wisdom. So if that feels like a downgrade in power. Let's see what we get at level 9. If you do not move on your turn, then as a bonus action, you can mark a creature you can see with your sniping skills, tracking its vulnerable spots and dealing an extra 2d6 ranged weapon damage. This sentence is so much longer than it needs to be. Here's what you say. If you do not move on your turn, then you can use your bonus action to deal an extra 2d6 damage when you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack on that turn, period. I do not think you should be able to add that 2d6 damage every hit for the next minute. I could see it doing an extra 2d6 damage on one hit, but not every hit for a minute. I also... I don't want to be mean, but you're still just doing the same thing. It's still just numbers go up. I wonder why this is a rogue subclass and not a ranger subclass. This would make so much more sense as a ranger subclass, because the other thing is that this really doesn't feel like a feature on a rogue, because this is just sneak attack. This would feel like a much bigger feature on a ranger who doesn't inherently get sneak attack, you know? Let's see what we get at 13th level. If you spend 1 minute studying a creature, your next hit counts as a critical hit. You can't... I'm just gonna say I disagree with this as a mechanic, and I don't think you should have it. And we can argue about it, but I just think an automatic crit is just not a good idea. At 17, when you miss with a ranged attack, you can immediately take another attack. This is basically a rogue feature that we already get. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I think that it's a lovely thing to make homebrew for your friend. I think it's a great idea. If I were you, if the goal of this homebrew is to just give it to your friend and be like, I made this for you, great. If the goal of this is to use it, and the goal of this is for it to be balanced, I genuinely think you should start over. And I think you should take the things that you were the most excited by from this, and I think you should ask yourself, what made me so excited by these features? Yeah, the 17th feature already exists in a Gloomstalker. Yeah. This is just a Gloomstalker Ranger feature. And I would ask myself, I would say, what am I excited by? What ideas, as I was writing this, did I get the most excited by? And then ask yourself why you got excited by those ideas, and then try to make something that helps hit that button, but doesn't just make numbers go up. And actually, you probably need to go through and look at rangers and rogues, because there's a lot of stuff here that, again, feels like it could just be switched in another direction very easily, or kind of feels a little out of place. Easiest, don't be a dick or I'm going to mute you. Do more powerful sniping make a person who knows about sniping more fun? Maybe focus on the broader skills of scouting, spotting, hiding, and other types of expertise. Since it's a rogue, would make someone enjoy the story better. I mean, but there is a rogue that does that. There's the scout rogue. I mean, that's kind of what the scout rogue is, right? The scout does all of that. I wouldn't, if Elixir, if he's gonna be this in your game, I think you need to tone it down. I just think it needs to be dramatically toned down. It just doesn't have any real flavor to it right now. Like all the flavor is just you hit harder and numbers go up. So, if you're cool with that, that's fine, but it doesn't feel like a subclass right now. And I think the main reason is a lot of these features are overpowered or feel like capstone features jammed into other places. Oftentimes, subclass features translate into feats. Yeah, I thought... Was that you that mentioned earlier that this guy could just take the sharpshooter feat? I kind of feel like, why doesn't he just take sharpshooter? I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Don't really have more. I feel like right now, this feels like a... This would work well if you were playing a rogue sniper in Baldur's Gate 3. But I don't think this would work well for a Dungeons & Dragons game sniper. I mean, look, like I said, dude, if you like it, I think you should keep working on it. I'm not saying it's a lost cause. I'm just saying that you have to sort of reevaluate what you're excited by in this class and think about how to express those mechanics. Or maybe if it's for a specific player, you should be building it more tightly with them. And I would say that is a dangerous game because players will always opt to make their character as powerful as it can be. Not always, but a lot of the time. It's a sniper. Did any of these features even mention distance? They did not, no. All right. Thank you very much, Elixir. Let's give Elixir a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Got some new pieces. Dat Fellow 179. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Very kind. Come on, Will. Do you ever post VODs of your reviews in case you missed them? Yeah, they're all up on YouTube. If you go to my YouTube channel and then go to the live section, you can rewatch any of my streams. Boo! Enigmatic Rage. This is the Feat Master. The class levels are straightforward. However, there are 2 optional features that can change in the gameplay at the bottom. Thanks for reviewing. Enigmatic, if this is a whole class, I just want you to know I'm not going to review the whole thing. I do not review the whole class ever. All right, I don't need to review this class. I can just read this. I think that I have seen this before. I have seen this class. I've seen people do this before, where you sort of design a class to sort of build itself as a class. It needs more structure than this. This is not enough structure. There are not enough feats to make a whole class. And even if you design the class around feats, you still need structure behind that. This still either needs spellcasting, or it needs extra attack, or it needs something like that. The other thing that I want to point out is feats are hard to keep track of. And this is a situation where this player's character sheet would be like 30 pages long. And it would be almost impossible for them to keep track of all of their features. And it also would probably be kind of annoying. Yeah, like what Cloudian's saying. If you're getting more than 4 feats, you're going in way too many directions. I agree. I'm going to be honest, I don't think this would work. Yeah, I don't even... Yeah, 40 feats is not a D&D character. So I think that if I were you, I think that this is a fun, cute little idea, but it's much more of a meme than an actual character. It has spellcasting? I guess you're getting... Oh, spellcasting. Each feat you possess that uses spellcasting, you obtain a number of uses equal to your proficiency bonus. Yeah, this is just... that. Yeah, this is overpowered. It's overpowered, and it's too many directions, my guy. It doesn't matter if it's based on a lot of reflavoring and flavoring. It's just not going to work. It's just not going to work as a class. It needs more of a core, and you're not taking into account what the feats actually are enough in the way that you're designing this, and the way that you're interpreting spellcasting could be incredibly easily abused. Keep in mind, when you want a feat to work, when you want a class to work, it needs to work nicely at level 1. It needs to work nicely at level 5. It needs to work nicely at it needs to work nicely at every level. This is broken already at level 1. It's completely broken. With this feature, I could take 2 spellcasting feats, and now I have potentially 6 or 7 spells a day at level 1. 6 or 7 spells I can cast a day at level 1. So that's kind of broken, even immediately. And beyond that, a lot of these things, double proficiency on all abilities, like a lot of this is just like, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. I think that this is a great meme. I would not encourage you to make this a D&D character. I just don't think it'll work. There's lots of ways you could get the only thing you could do is, I mean, yeah, you could do lots of weird feat combos and stuff for sure. I think this thing is going to feel overpowered or underpowered and nothing in the middle, and it's also going to feel very directionless. It's also legitimately going to be hard for the person who's using it to remember what features they have. I don't really have more to say about it than that. I don't think it works. I think it's a cute idea. I don't think it works. All right, Enigmatic Rage, thank you for sharing. Yeah, somebody needs to keep track of these abilities, exactly. What time on Mondays do you typically start stream? 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. All right, let's give Enigmatic Rage a round of applause. A neat idea. I think it's a fun thing to theory craft. I don't think it works as like a D&D character builder. All right. The closest thing I've seen to something like that worked well was essentially, it wasn't based around feats, but it was like, they basically designed like a skill tree, and you sort of built your character like a Skyrim character. So there were a lot of feat elements, but it was not really like feat based. I think they took feats and sort of built them into skill trees. So it sort of helped you like find a path. I don't remember exactly how it worked. All right. Thank you for sharing. I'm sure the optional rules were fun, but I felt like I talked about it enough. I didn't really, I felt like from what I saw, most of the things felt overpowered and a little bit convoluted. But if it's fun for you, that's all that really matters. The campaign you run is difficult. That's okay. It doesn't really have any impact on game design, I think, from like what makes a class a class. How do you get your name in future streams? You can submit Homebrew right now. It's in the video description. But basically, every time that I stream, my stream schedule is up in my Discord. This week I'm streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. And the way you participate is all the instructions in the Discord. But also, anytime I'm doing a stream where you can submit stuff, you can always submit it during the stream. Boo! Squid. What you got for us, Squiddy? Very wordy level 2, but I think it's necessary. The rest is shorter, but I think still adds the idea and feeling of the subclass. I've been trying to be in stream. If you have questions, not sure if I can make it. All right, well, Squid, I'm going to tell you kind of what I tell everybody, which is that unless I'm doing a stream where I'm asking people to call in, your homebrew needs to speak for itself. Otherwise, I don't think it works. Holy shit. You weren't kidding about wordy. Look how long this second level feature is. Okay. We'll see if that works, but I'm going to tell you right now, I think that you need to, at the bare minimum, you need to bold all of these just to make it, like, not an eyesore. All right, let's see what this is doing. Yeah, whatever this feature does, I guarantee you, the end. If the end, the end probably doesn't justify the means, is going to be my guess. Druid of Alchemy understand that there is power not just animals and plants, but in all things nature offers. They combine these gifts and at will and use them to deliver devastating damage and effects. Okay, they get. Okay, let's see what they get. You get an extra druid cantrip. That has to be evocation, and then you get alchemic knowledge. What is this fucking mouthful? At second level, you gain knowledge of alchemic bounties found in nature. Choose one of these to resound with you. What? Don't use language like that when you're explaining mechanics. Choose one of these to resound with you and be able to manipulate the element inside you, regardless of what form you are in. What the fuck does that sentence mean? Using a, if this is the way you're writing your sentences, I'm nervous for how long this other feature is. Choose one of the following elements below, and you gain the following features. Write it in English clearly. Don't write poetic English when you're explaining mechanics. Using a bonus action, you can infuse all of your attacks this turn with the chosen element and gain the corresponding effect. Okay, so I think what you're saying is, at second level, I'm choosing one of these features. I'm choosing, and then that's my feature. And then, as a bonus action, I can make it so all of my attacks, until the end of my turn, do this feature when they hit. Yes? So the first thing that you're going to need to say then is literally all of these are going to need to say on a hit or something like that. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack. When you hit a creature with an attack. When you hit a creature with a melee attack. Also, what sorts of attacks? Are these ranged attacks? Are these melee attacks? Are these spell attacks? Are these weapon attacks? We need to know. And right now we don't. Why are we giving... The other thing that I want to say is I think that we don't need to give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 options here. I think that's too many. I'm not going to read all of these. Let's read a couple. Your target has to make a Constitution saving throw or be poisoned till the end of its next turn. Succeeding on an attack. Succeeding an attack on a poisoned creature with lead infusions deals half your druid levels in d8s poison damage. No, this doesn't work. What? Are you insane? So this is just like every single time you hit a creature with an attack, you are getting a smite worth of poison damage every single attack because I can just do the bonus action and do this every single turn. So that doesn't really work. Yeah, it's way too strong. And maybe you intended this for this to only be able to use once per day or something, but this is already way too strong. Also, how does this tie into alchemy at all? Aside from the name lead. Let's see what gold does. Your target has to make a con saving throw or fall prone, scratching wildly at their suddenly intense itching. Succeeding on an attack on a prone creature with gold infusion causes them to be unable to get up during their turn. Okay, so I'm going to say that it seems like all of these are going to be overpowered. This is overpowered. This is overpowered. Strength saving throw or start making death saves. Monsters don't make death saving throws, so this feature doesn't do anything. Disadvantage on their attack rolls. Succeeding on an attack against the creature. It extends the effect for 1 turn. Okay, so there's 2 big issues happening here, and I'm going to point out what's going on here. Let's not worry about what any of these things do. Let's acknowledge 2 features of the fact that we are getting all of these options without specifically talking about any of them, because I genuinely don't think talking about these features specifically is going to solve any problems for you. The questions that I don't think we have any answers to here is, what's the point of this? Because what do these things do? These allow you to attack creatures in unique ways. Cool. Do we need 7 options to attack creatures in unique ways? I don't think so. I think that's too many. That's the first thing that I think needs to be addressed, is that at the end of the day, this is taking up almost a whole page to basically say, here are a couple unique ways you can attack creatures. And I think that this format, it's either the formatting or the wording or the amount or something, but it's way too many. The other thing is that they are not at all balanced against each other. And that's a problem. Whenever you give something a bunch of options, the more options you add, the more attention you have to pay to how balanced they are against each other. Killer Squid, I understand. I understand exactly. And I'm telling you, it's too strong. Hey, Gina, how's it going, buddy? It doesn't matter if it's in an extra... There's so many ways to get a second attack, dude. It doesn't matter. I think that this is a perfect example of the ends genuinely do not justify the means. For the amount of options we have here, for how overpowered they are, for at the end of the day, anywhere do they feel like alchemic knowledge? To me, they just don't. So I would say go back to the drawing board with this second level feature. And really be honest with yourself about the power level of things. Because I think you're allowing yourself not to be. You can explain the process if you want to, but I'm going to keep reading because, again, your piece needs to speak for itself. So I think if you feel like there's something that I'm not understanding that would make me appreciate what's happening more, the problem is that is not being expressed in the writing. And to me, regardless, let's say the goal is that you understand the alchemy of creatures so you can hit them and, like, fuck with the alchemy inside them. Cool. If that's the goal, all of these, they're still too powerful. They're still too complicated. So regardless of your reasoning to getting to here, you need to face those facts, or you need to decide that I'm full of shit and ignore me. But don't get into an argument with me about it. Because all of these just feel way too fucking strong. I feel like the base status infliction could be its own level 2 feature. Bonus effects on the target you inflict could be separate at feature at level 6. Yeah, that could be a great way to do it. Should you scrap it or rewrite it? I just don't understand what the point is. So, if you think you can use this to make a point, then I say go for it. But for me, this feels like a really, like, I just don't understand how this is selling the fiction of you being a alchemist druid. And it's just too powerful. So I would at the very least rewrite it. Let's look at enduring alchemic knowledge. At 6th level, you can choose a second element to infuse your attacks with. Again, obviously, no, this doesn't work either. This just makes the problem that was there before way worse. All of these are just exacerbating the problem. All of this is still just exacerbating. Everything so far, yeah. I'm going to be honest, man. Maybe this is a scrap it. Everything, so far, everything I think needs reworks. Because the 6th level features directly tie to the 2nd level feature that I think is pretty busted. All the features do. Okay, yeah, maybe. Listen, man, if you can figure out getting alchemic knowledge solid and then building all the features off of it, I think then go for it. But the other feedback that I would give you is I would not build a whole subclass around one feature. You should think about it like this. Think about it like this. The person who's going to use your subclass is going to use your subclass and think about your subclass way more and in a much wider lens of experience than you ever will. So you might be like, these are all really cool features, so I'm going to dig deep into them. But you want your subclass to be able to engage in a variety of situations, and you want it to feel like it has a lot of breadth to it so that it can exist in a campaign and not get stale. This is going to get, regardless of it being overpowered, it's also going to get kind of stale. It's incredibly one note. I would say it's far too one note. And I would also say none of this feels like alchemy. So I think that whether or not you decide to scrap it and start over, you should at the very least reconsider having all of the features tie into the one single thing. Killer Squid, if it's alchemic because it's about what happens when you're poisoned by those elements, I think you need to face the reality that you are designing this for D&D, and D&D has very specific definitions of alchemy, and if you use the word alchemy, people are going to associate it with those definitions. So it is kind of a ignorant decision to decide to ignore that. No one will ever go into this understanding what it's supposed to be or understanding the intended goal if you call it the Circle of Alchemy, because alchemy is a very specific thing. So I think you need to come up with a different name, if that's the reason why it's called Circle of Alchemy. You didn't necessarily fuck anything. I think you just were... To me, what this... You know what this subclass reads like to me? This reads to me like somebody is drawing a really big picture, like a big portrait, and they get really excited by something, and they're like leaning pretty close to the page, and they're spending a lot of time drawing this one thing, and they sort of forget that they need to step back and look at the whole portrait. Because this feels like you did a deep dive into this feature and kept building it and got excited, and maybe even were looking up like hydrogen and what happens when you get hydrogen poisoning, and carbon and what happens when you get carbon poisoning, and getting very excited by that. And then that's a great thing, but you just left that on the page. You now need to take a step back and be like, cool, I got excited by all of that. How can I turn it into something that actually works? You know? So keep that excitement. If there was something that you really enjoyed in that process, don't lose that. But you got to refine and like polish your ideas and sort of see how they can fit into a larger subclass idea as opposed to this one very specific thing. Because it could also, if you also are like, I don't want to have to do that. I just want to do this one thing. Make it a magic item. You know, make it a feat. Make it something that can be one very specific thing. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Squid. Let's give Squid a big old round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Oh, somebody didn't put their name on it properly. They just wrote the name of their homebrew. Do you think the Blood Sorcerer subclass is going to sacrifice hit die to do things? What do you think about a blunderbuss with a necklace of enlargement at the end to make whatever you shoot bigger? I think that's a very funny idea. I'd probably have to... If my players wanted to use that, I'd probably be pretty strict on how much I would lean into letting them use it. Gina, I was going to send you a message, but I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it. Boo! I can't remember. I don't remember what it was. It was related to what we were talking about earlier, but I don't remember. Okay, Matt Thorne. Not a conversation for stream, because we must be respectful. And we must present as if I am a kind person. We have to put the illusion up. You know? If they don't think I'm kind, then they might not watch. So as we do our machinations of darkness and shadow, we don't want them to know just how dark they get. Here's a Beholder Thrall, my submission for the Monster Synergy stream from some time ago. Hell yeah! Beholders are fun. A Thrall for Beholder? I am... Color me excited. Beholder Thrall. Ooh, look at that little cutie! Look at the art. Nice art choice. Look at him. Here's some chat. I like how nervous he looks. Really good art choice, dude. My son. Yeah, really, really good art choice. What's up, Neo? How's it going, buddy? This is for a Beholder Thrall, I can't think of a better look. Look how nervous he looks. Dude, it would be so scary being a Beholder Thrall. Like, if you weren't mind controlled, like, if you understood the thing that you worked for was a Beholder, that would be the most stressful job. There's so many things I would rather be a Thrall for than a Beholder. Like, horrible things. I feel like it would be better to be a Thrall for a Mind Flayer. Beholder is you're just going to be stressed all the time. At least Mind Flayer, you can just, like, chill out. Just become one with the hive. You're going to be walking on so many eggshells. All right, let's take a look at what Mike Wazowski gets. Beholder Thralls are servants beholders create to serve as watchdogs and do menial labor that is beneath them. They are specifically designed to fill a beholder's weakness of physical strength and opposable thumbs, while also never being smart or strong enough to rise up against it. That makes sense. CR3, they're kind of they're beefy for CR3. That makes sense because they're supposed to be strong. Very dumb. I'm going to be honest. I think you could make them... You could lower all of these mental stats a good chunk. I think that this is a little wise and charismatic for a Thrall. I would lower these more, maybe. Very similar stats to an Owlbear, except different charisma. The Thrall always fails saving throws against eye rays. That is very funny. That is very funny. I don't know. He's not just a little guy. He's a Thrall. We got to think about what his goal was. Why would a Beholder design them to be this charismatic? They would design them to be impish and little like... Because a Beholder When a beholder looks at its minions, it wants to think about how cool it is. It doesn't want to think about how cute its minions are. So it's like, I want to be beautiful. I'm going to make my minions gross little troglodytes so that I feel more beautiful. And I will never admit that because I am a psychopath, because I am a beholder. I am the most narcissistic, unhinged, paranoid, delusional creature in the universe. My minions are going to be ugly because it's going to make me feel pretty. Shy Tsunami, thank you for the 5. Guys, I love this stream. You super chat to say huge thanks to Cinder and another to this community for spreading writing and homebrew prowess. Oh, Shy Tsunami, that is very kind. I appreciate the 5. I'm just glad that people have fun here. And I'm glad that most of the time people feel like they get something out of this. But I do appreciate the support very much. It's a Fibblethip. I don't know what a Fibblethip is. Is that a D&D monster? It's a magic card? Alright. We'll go down that rabbit hole later. Let's keep looking at the monster. These are not the thralls that would go out and represent you. If I was, at least I don't think they would be. If I was a beholder. Sentry. Thralls share... The thrall shares all its senses with the nearest beholder within 1 mile. Interesting. I would say with the beholder that created it. Because if there's beholder on beholder violence happening, they wouldn't want their thralls to be able to be intercepted. It can make 2 attacks. It's got a little spear. And it's got an unsettling gaze. The thrall stares intensely at a creature it can see within 60 feet. They take 2d10 psychic damage on a failed save. Oh, they just automatically take that damage. And they have to make a DC 12 saving throw. On a failed save, they're frightened for 1 minute. And they make all their saving throws with disadvantage while the thrall is within their line of sight. The target can remake the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Wow, it's just automatic damage. I might lower the damage if it's automatic. And I might boost their regular damage to help counterbalance that. Like, I might make this a d6. And then I might make their damage 2d6. I might double these numbers. Turret. If the thrall is under the effects of the Sentry ability, when the beholder fires one of its eye rays, it can use the thrall's reaction to fire one as though it were through the thrall's space. That's fucking cool. So what I would say is, instead of saying under the effects of Sentry, I would say within range of Sentry. Within range. Because it's range-based. It's not activation-based. You could also just put this saving throw in front of this whole thing. You think this should be a wisdom saving throw? I think it's okay for it being charisma. I think it makes sense for it to be charisma for the spell part, but I think for the frightened part, I agree. It would make more sense for it to be wisdom. Your feet hurt? Oof, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, yeah, that's true. Hakase brings up a good point. It's recharge 6. I guess I wasn't thinking about that. So it's not going to happen that often. Yeah, I think it's a really solid monster, man. I think it's really fun. I think the biggest thing to change is I so disagree with this charisma. I think this charisma's got to be so much lower. If I was a beholder, I would want the meekest fucking minions. I'm still not always sure when something should be a wisdom or charisma save. I think that's a very reasonable thing to not know. Generally, wisdom saving throws are associated with things that are like fear-based or charm-based or mind control-based and like mess with your mind. Charisma is stuff that like forces against your body more than your mind. Actually, that's not always true. But, like, charisma is usually used for things like possession, or things like forced teleportation. That sort of thing. Tradosio says wisdom saves are willpower, charisma saves are soul power. I could see that. It's an interesting way of putting it. Intelligence saves are usually mental stuff. Are usually like, they're usually, the intelligence saves are like psionic mental stuff, where it's like, they're like, you know, messing, like more like literally messing with your brain. Like shooting electricity into your brain. Not like controlling you. Intelligence is messing with your brain. Wisdom is messing with your mind. But sometimes intelligence is used to overcome... I think a better way to think about it, honestly, is mental is usually stuff that's going to be wisdom or intelligence or occasionally charisma. And if you decide to make it intelligence, you are inherently making it stronger because intelligence saving throws are way less common than wisdom saving throws. So if you really have no idea if it should be a wisdom save or an intelligence save or a charisma save, base it off of how powerful you want it to be. If you want it to be incredible, if you want to boost its danger, make it intelligence. If you want to make it something that is just sort of solid, go wisdom. Anyway, I think this is a fucking awesome monster, dude. I think it's really solid. I think that it is fun. I think that it should be able to replace one of its attacks with Unsettling Gaze also. I just noticed that. It can only, if it does this on its turn, it's the only thing it can do. I think they should be able to replace one of its attacks. Okay, those are my thoughts, though. Thank you, Matt, for sharing. Really fun guy. Thank you, thank you. I think that if D&D was designed differently and they made from the very beginning, all fear stuff was based on charisma saves and all charm stuff was based on wisdom saves, I think nobody would bat an eye at that, and I think people would be like, yeah. No one would question that. I agree that that logic could make sense. But it's also not at all how the game is designed, so we'd have to sort of do a lot of rebuilding to make that work. Hey, Data. Hey, Milky Boy. What's up, guys? The one kind of nice thing about people submitting Homebrew during stream is that it's like a fun indicator of who is showing up. You know? It's like, oh, Data got here. Milky got here. Sweet. Sweet! Does anyone want to make any offerings to the wheel in the form of prayer or words before I spin? Or you want to call it or whatever? Get 'em out while you can! Ugh. Stretchy man. Sore back. My back has been sore today. Probably because of all of those children that I've slaughtered. All right, yeah, let's give the wheel a spin. A bucket, 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 a boo! It's BM dildo. I know you like short, simple things, so here's a tournament mechanic to make D&D PvP fun. Bildo, I'm not going to read this. Here's what I'm going to do instead of reading this. I'm going to say, I trust that it's probably good. You know what you're talking about. If people want to use a jousting mechanic, here it is. It has a note. Why is there a read-along? I have no idea. This guide provides a concise overview for the jousting and mage duels, including simple tables. I'm not sure what the note is. Is this the note? I don't know what the note is, Bildo. On the doc page? What? Bildo, what page, man? What are you talking about? This? All right, I'm not going to watch we're not watching a 7-minute video right now, man. I appreciate that you did that, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, on the Google sheet? Oh. I read the thing. I read the note. You said, here's a simple thing, so here's mechanics to make D&D combat tournaments fun. I'm going to be honest. I don't want to fucking read alternative combat mechanics. I'm not... I will. I guess I'll read some of them, but like, it sort of feels like reading a class. It's like, I don't think it's entertaining to watch me try to navigate what these things are where I'm trying to understand them before you know what I mean? It's a different vibe. Madaloon! Thank you for the rain. Rain? Thank you for the raid. Raid, not rain. How are you doing, buddy? Madaloon is a very fun, very funny content creator. She's lovely. And she frightened me with her shocking ability of building the coolest looking Minecraft house I've ever seen when I was just building a lava tower. But go give her a follow. She's great. Just the counterspell thing. Haven't I looked at this before? Haven't you sent me something about counterspell battling before? The lava tower exists in your nightmares. I did build a little bit of a house around it, made of glass. In mage duels, counterspell is a special ability granted to all participants designed to add strategic depth by allowing spellcasters to negate an opponent's spell as a reaction. Okay? This duel-specific adaptation of the counterspell includes several strategic elements to enhance the tactical play of combat. If the participant counters an incoming spell with the exact same spell, the spell is not just stopped, but also reflected back at the attacker. I don't know if I can give feedback on this, man. I feel like I'm reading a rule in the middle of a thing that I don't understand the beginning of. Like, I feel like I'm entering the movie in the middle. You know? Skip it. All right. Bildo, I appreciate that you make these, man, but you know that I struggle to give feedback to stuff like this on the live streams, right? Like, these are, like, when people send me something that's, like, a bunch of alternative mechanics, I just sort of fumble through the beginning and stop reading 9 times out of 10. So, I'm sorry that I'm doing that now, but you know that's what happens when I get sent these sort of things, so I'm going to decide not to feel bad about it. Boop! All right, let's give Bildo a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I'm not saying it's a bad... I'm sure it's a good mechanic. You're a good designer. It's just not the way that I like doing... If I was going to do reviews of game mechanics like that, I would need to read them beforehand. So it's the same as reviewing a class. Like, it's enough... Like, I can give feedback at a 3rd level feature of a bard before I know the 14th level feature of the bard, because I have an understanding of how bard subclasses work. I can't really give feedback on the opening mechanics of a new game system until I know what all of the mechanics of the new game system are. So it's sort of like a class where it's like I need to understand the context of the feature before I can give feedback on it. And in order for me to do that well, I would need to read the whole thing beforehand. Otherwise, the stream would just turn into Cinder trying to understand your new system. And it would just take too long. All right, thank you. I appreciate your understanding. It's why when I do look at classes, I just look at the first two features, basically. Because that's like the only things that you don't need to understand the context of the class, and they should stand on their own 2 feet. Be-doo-be-dee-ba-die. I'm gonna need to pee soon. I have not run Curse of Strahd before. A bucket, 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 a boo. Sasha Shadowhive. It's a cool name. A complex but fun class that focuses on versatility. Okay. Complex but fun class that focuses on versatility and using the right tools at the right time, but punishes overuse. I think it's in no way class A but better, but hope it's unique enough. All right. I hope you are familiar with my streams and you know that I will pretty much read the level 1 features and maybe the level 2 features. Here it is in the chat. Okay, we're a D10 class. Our saves are con and strength. We're getting 2 skills. We get simple weapons and short swords. No tools. At first level, we get natural defense, willing possession, and the beast within. We get 2 aspects, and we have a vessel die of 1d6. Starting at first level, while you're wearing no armor, your ace equals your dex plus your con modifier. Okay, so that's getting barbarian, unarmored defense. What else do we get? We get these 2 things. Strength of the vessel. As your understanding of your spirit grows, so does the effectiveness of your natural weapons and other abilities. When an ability refers to your vessel die, see the vessel die table, the damage of your natural weapon aspects is equal to your vessel die. In addition, when something forces you to make a save, it's constitution based, okay? Willing possession. At first level, you can allow the spirits residing within you to partially possess your body, granting you their strength. You learn 2 aspects from the aspect list. Every second level after first vessel, you learn 1 additional aspect. Anytime you gain a new feat, you can switch one of your things for another. As a bonus action, you gain the benefit of 1 learned aspect for a body part that does not benefit from the aspect already. This is... What the fuck are you talking about? This is now an active aspect. You can use this feature any number of times. I genuinely don't understand what this sentence means. At the start of your turn, you gain a number of possession points. Okay. I think you need to split some of these features up. I think aspects probably should not be in possession. At the start of your point, because I know we're learning a new mechanic before I even understand. Okay, yeah, I might stop reading this even now. Like, what the fuck is this supposed to be? This is so confusing in the way that it's written. I'll tell you what the problem is. I should not read a whole feature and not learn what the feature does. At the end of your turn, you can attempt to suppress the possession. Okay, at the start of your turn, you gain a number of possession points equal to the possession score of your active aspects. I wish I understood what the fuck this meant in a clearer way. At the end of your turn, you can attempt to suppress the possession by making a constitution save equal to your... Why do we need to suppress the possession? What does the possession do? I have no idea. While not in combat due to your being calmer, you gain possession points every minute instead of the start of your turn. In addition, you can suppress some of your... Okay, so you get these points that seem to grow every minute or every turn. And you spend them to do things that I don't know what. And then you're using a bonus action to use part of a learned aspect. But then you might fail your possession save. I hope that the person who wrote this understands why this is confusing. Because there's a lot going on that is not being explained. Beast Within. You have a possession limit equal... We don't know what fucking possession does. You're using these words as if we understand them, but you're introducing new concepts and not introducing those concepts. I think that you need to think about the way that this is designed pretty dramatically. If this is the opening, this is fucking confusing. Chat, am I missing something? Do you guys understand what's going on here? It might just be me. Sometimes it is just me. What's the limit on possession points? I don't even understand what that question is guiding us towards. Yeah, I think we're going to stop here. I'm going to be honest, man. I think that this is not clear what is happening at all. So I apologize that I'm not reading much more, but I can't get through your base system. I can't even get through the base system. And it seems like I'm not alone. Every single person in chat is saying that they're also confused. Well, it's not explaining it next, because next we're getting into second level features. So I think it's a little too complicated too early. I would simplify the earlier parts of the design. If you want to build into something more complicated later, great. But in its current iteration, this would be very hard to... I don't know how I would build a level 1 character in this class. I just don't. Looks like a classic case of using something before introducing it. Yeah, kind of seems that way. No idea. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate the effort, Sasha, but in its current iteration, this is really hard to understand what you're trying to do here. I think you really need to simplify what's going on in these features. I feel like you're introducing multiple systems that are interacting with each other, and maybe you understand them, but you also have been building them from the ground up, and they are not inherently logical. And the way that we are getting introduced to these ideas is not making me go from learning one idea to then learning how another idea builds on that idea. It's just introducing half conversation topics, but I feel like I'm missing the beginning of each of those conversations. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Sasha a big old round of applause. Clarity is incredibly important, even more so when you're designing a new D&D class. When you're designing a subclass, you can sort of rest on a certain amount of assumed knowledge and like assumed systems. But with classes, there is nothing. So you really need to be very thoughtful about how you build those systems and how you introduce those systems as you build them. Have I seen your Bloodborne Bloodhunter redo idea? No. Bobby, how's it going, buddy? It's been a fun but eventful time for you. I hope it's been... Okay, well, I'm glad it's been fun. Whirlwind of happiness and stress. Your brother got married and you got into a relationship? Holy shit, that's a lot of stuff going on, man. Congratulations. Does he read the YouTube chat? He does. I just don't respond to everything you say. Sometimes you guys are having conversations with each other and I don't want to be rude. Monster possession just seems like a few spells with extra steps. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what your Bloodhunter Bloodborne idea is. All I'll say is I don't particularly like the design of the Bloodhunter, so I'm not super interested in Bloodhunters. I just find them to be... They just seem like any other homebrew class that hasn't been that fully thought out, to be honest. They don't have a core. They feel like they should be a They feel like they should be a ranger subclass or a fighter subclass. And it feels like 3 or 4 different ideas for subclasses that people wanted to try to make one class. Yeah, I just don't like it. That's kind of what this was a fix was too. Okay, I mean, that's cool. If you like it, that's great. I don't need a fix to the Blood Hunter. I'm not yearning for it. It's not something I'm particularly interested in. Hey, Cinder, any advice to give while writing a homebrew campaign? Talk to your players about the types of things they want to do. And use that to help inspire some of the things that happen in the campaign. Make them more interesting just by making them Bloodborne themed. Yeah, I just don't care. I mean, I would just rather play a Bloodborne themed fighter or a Bloodborne themed barbarian or a Bloodborne themed ranger. They don't feel like they need to exist. Have an idea for Homunculus redo homebrew. That, or instead of replacing Homunculus, making a monster called the True Homunculus. That could be fun. You lost 30 pounds. Congratulations. Hope you find them. You could buy a couple meals with that. If you were in the UK. You couldn't give everything a Blood Hunter gives without it being too much. Yes, I agree, Arcade Avery. But I think that you are exactly falling into the trap that I'm saying. I don't think everything the Blood Hunter does fits together into something coherent. I think there's a lot of stuff that really doesn't fit together, but people want it to fit together. But I think it doesn't. I think that's why I agree. You wouldn't be able to fit a whole Blood Hunter into a subclass, but I don't think a whole Blood Hunter is a class. I think a Blood Hunter is basically 3 different subclass ideas stretched over this weird ranger fighter hybrid. I don't think it works. It feels like a bunch of random ideas that somebody is excited for jammed together. So I think the way to fix the Blood Hunter is to be less committed to getting all of those ideas in there. Because I genuinely don't think they build up into a solid thing. Boo! Mushroom Gamer. A lot of people aren't going to get picked. A lot of people never. It's always the way it goes, man. When was the last time I got through more than half of the homebrew on the wheel? Maybe a member stream like a week or 2 ago. 3 weeks ago, but not in a while. There's a big rush to be happy in a relationship. Yeah. Relationships aren't always easy. You know, you gotta adjust your life around a person a lot of the time. To show the goal is to show my idea. It is pretty dumb in my opinion, but I wanted to ask if it's a good idea. Well, if you think it's dumb, then why do you... All right. Even if you think your idea is dumb, don't introduce it like that. That's not a good introduction. When you introduce something saying like, I think this is dumb, I just want to know if it's good, nobody's going to read it. They're going to be like, all right, well, if the person who made it thinks it's dumb, who cares? You know, if you want somebody to be excited by the thing you make, you at the very least to be excited by it. Death cheese. If you touch or consume the cheese, you have to make a con save or get an effect called Death Mark. You roll a d20 that determines how many days you have. When the days come, you take for each level you have, you take 1d12. Okay, this is not written out at all. So, first thing first, respect yourself and respect your writing to like write full proper sentences. When the day comes, you take for each level you have, you take. What does that mean? So when you're writing, think about the actual words using. I think you have you take more than you need it here. But also, think about this. Is this mechanic going to be fun? Like, who's going to have fun with this mechanic? So I would say... I would say I don't think it would be fun to give a character a thing where it's like you just take a bunch of damage in a bunch of days. Because first of all, how many days go by in a campaign versus sessions? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I think it's kind of dumb. I don't have anything else to say about it. Also, I will say that when you do damage, you need to say damage types. So D12 of damage is nothing. And this is going to be really annoying to keep track of. Keeping track of something happening 12 times over 1d20 days or whatever, or, like, that's going to be tedious. So I would say simplify your design and try to make it so it's actually something that the players can kind of engage with. And even if it's bad, it should still at least also be fun. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. That was Mushroom Gamer with their death cheese. What does 60 to 40 damage mean as well? Gem Jar, I'm going to be honest. I don't fucking know, man. Sometimes you get a piece of homebrew that needs a lot of work, like a lot of work, and you're like, you know what? The person who made this is really excited by it. The idea is really cool. Let's work through it. Let's try to figure it out. And then sometimes somebody sends you a piece of homebrew that needs a lot of work, and it seems like they don't really care about it, and they didn't put that much work into it. And when you look at those pieces of homebrew, I don't think you need to put that much work into fixing it either. You can just be like, all right, yeah, I agree. Doesn't work that well. I would much rather spend the time trying to break down and something where it's the person is actually, you know, excited by it. Match the energy, exactly. It takes a lot of care to look like you don't care. Sometimes it does. sometimes it's kind of evident. I think they were saying that if after you've taken 1d12 damage 12 times, you take around 60 damage. Yes, that is what they were saying, Cheap Tactics. I agree. But again, it's like that mechanic is tedious, but I don't even think it's worth breaking it, going through that. I think it just doesn't make sense. A bucket, 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 a boo! Dice Admiral is up next. I'm in a dex-based barbarian. I like the vibes of all the features, but I'm unsure if they should be shuffled around or their power level, etc. All right, let's take a look. Load. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention, guys. This week, tomorrow on stream, we're doing a call-in show, but on Wednesday, you can submit art that you've made, monster art. And the point of the stream on Wednesday is we're going to be looking at your monster art and trying to design monsters based off of it. So that should be fun. You like the name, Path of the Viper? I like the art. Vipers strike quickly and without warning. Their victims do not see the danger coming. Barbarians of this path channel these qualities to be uniquely quick and dangerous. Speaking of quick and dangerous. Done. Is the art stream one art per person? Yes, it is. Let's see what we get. Third level, we get two features, Rapid Strikes and Coiled Up. You can add your rage damage bonus to melee attacks made with your dexterity. In addition, when you recklessly attack, you have advantage on melee attack rolls made with dexterity. Cool. That's a really simple way of doing that. Coiled Up. You can enter rage as a reaction to taking damage. Is that enough for third level? I don't know if that's enough. Thanks for the comments on the cursed hand. We'll definitely make a unique table and leave note in the madness. Yeah. It was a fun item. I think we need more third level. I don't know what exactly. Maybe Maybe some way to accommodate attacking with the dex. Like, when you, while raging, once per turn, when you hit a creature with a dex-based weapon, something else happens. I don't know if we get enough benefits from going dex over strength. Maybe we get enough benefits, but I don't think we get enough flavor. Coiled up is cool, though. Yeah, coiled up is cool. I agree. Unarmored defense becomes really strong. Yeah, but unarmored defense doesn't sell a fiction. Yeah, we need something that feels... I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be more damage or something, but something else, something else, something else. Something ribbony, maybe. But I would make it ribbony good. Like, I wouldn't just make it ribbony. I would make it like I would make it ribbony in the same way that the Wild Magic Barbarian has a ribbon feature where they can cast Detect Magic. Or a version of Detect Magic, where it's a ribbon feature, but it's not like you get proficiency in medicine. It's like a real thing. It's like, poof, got it. Maybe coiled up can let you move at half speed. That's true. You could do something that enhances coiled up also. Like maybe that first turn of that rage, you deal extra damage, or you can get extra movement or something. You're already going to get movement speed buffs just from being a barbarian. I don't know if we need any others, but you could do something like that. Let's say we get at 6th level. As a reaction, while raging, you can make a melee attack when a creature enters your reach. This, I think it needs to be limited. And I think it needs to be more specific. Yeah, it's very similar to Polar Master. I think I would try to make it different than Polar Master. And I think I might limit the ways you could do this. Because it's pretty fucking strong. You could limit it to, like, light weapons. I don't know. There's things you could do. But I think that in its current iteration, you got to tone it down a little bit. What's up, Goobles? Gooblies? Sometimes you don't need that much flavor text to sell fiction. I think you could get away with like a sentence or two often. Why are you guys yelling at each other in chat? Calm down. We're all here to have fun. You sillies. But there's no flavor text at all. Yes, no, I agree. Yeah. Or there's flavor text up here. There's a little flavor text. But I would argue, I think most subclass features don't need flavor text. Or if they do need flavor text, it needs a sentence at most. I think most of you fucking overdo it and make it so the piece ends up getting muddled. Let's take a look at what we get at 6th level. Yeah, okay, so this feature, I don't know. As a bonus action, you can end a grapple or an effect that is restraining you. You can do this a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, regaining spent uses after a long rest. Ah, this is cool. I like this. Let's look at camouflage. Advantage on stealth. While raging, your melee attacks deal an additional 1d6 poison damage. I feel like this is like too little too late. Like, we should get this at 3rd level, or we should not get this. Or this should be a lot stronger and limited in use. Getting a flat extra d6 on your melee attacks is kind of boring and not very good. You know, maybe give them a sneak attack. Once per rage, when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can deal an extra 5d6 poison damage. I don't know. At 14th level, you're immune to poison damage. You have blindsight. The 14th level feels also kind of out of left field. I think if I were you, I would probably rethink a lot of it in terms of what we're getting where, and then rebuild those features so that they feel like they fit better in those spots. Like, getting that poison damage early would make more sense. I'm going to be honest, man. I think you got to figure out tying in the sort of mystical snake poison shit at the same time as you're tying in the I'm just fast stuff, or it feels out of place. Because basically at 3rd and 6th level, everything we're getting is just we are very fast. That's it. It's not really till 10th level that we get anything that's poison related. And now it just feels too late. Like, I'm like, why are we getting snake stuff now? Nothing else we got was snake. It was all just we're fast. So why are we getting poison suddenly? Why are we so fast we're getting poison? Like, I get that the name is Path of the Viper, but if it was Path of the Speedster, you wouldn't need to change anything about 3rd and 6th level other than maybe the name of some of these features. But there's nothing in the mechanics that make this feel snaky or poisony. So I think you got to get that in earlier, or you got to completely remove it. You could add scaling poison damage from level 3, but what you don't want to do is make that 3rd level feature just so you're just a different type of Zealot Barbarian. Like, if you're going to be doing extra damage, you want to be sure that you're expressing it in a unique way. And just casual extra damage, that's the Zealot Barbarian. Maybe your rage damage could be poison or acid. You could do stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. I'm not going to tell this person, I'm not going to tell Dice what to do, but I do think that this thing needs to be focused a little bit in you either need to more intentionally mix the idea of I'm quick and I'm snake, or you need to lean into I'm quick or lean into I'm snake. And those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. What about a quick snake? If you want to do that, like I said, you need to mix the quickness in earlier, or the snake in earlier. We're not getting anything that really is snake other than things that are in names until the poison damage at level 10. So if we got more snaky feeling features earlier, I think, yeah, that could work. You could do something with the poisoned condition. If you did something with the poisoned condition, I would make it more limited than every round while raging, because that's a lot. Those are my thoughts, though. Thank you, Dice. Proficiency with poisoners kits? You could do something like that for sure. All right, thank you. Well, Jester, they were the Vipers specifically. It was the Path of the Viper. So I think leaning into the poison and the biting would make more sense than the grappling. Thank you, thank you. Also, light weapons give an extra attack is basically the same as the Beast Barbarian's Claw features anyway. So I don't think that would be something particularly new feeling or unique. Thank you, Dice Admiral. Kalunk. Snakes are bad at getting out. Well, I think the idea was you were shedding your skin to escape. That's why they called it shedding skin. Last one for you before you go to sleep. That's okay. I'm going to take a 2-minute break after this one to go run to the bathroom and get something to drink. Boo! Databank is up next. It's been a little while since we've gotten a databank piece to look at. A spell called Hexproof. Are you freaking serious? Data called it. Data, something happened. Oh, this is probably mine. No, it's not. Something fucked with your... Something here, Data. Something's wrong with your form. Data, I can't... What do you want me to look at? You got to be more specific. You said hexproof? What is hexproof? Yeah, you got pulled. Data, what did you... I can't find the thing that you sent me. You said hexproof, and then you sent me a document, and you didn't say what you want me to look at. What the fuck do you want me to look at, dude? Do you want me to look at this epic boon? This is the first thing. It's in the spell section. It doesn't look like it is. It looks like the only spells are pyromantics and train of thoughts. Do you want me to look at... Pyromantics? What the fuck, man? It was on screen? Where? Oh. Data, I'm going to be honest, man. I'm going to tell you what. This is the last time, because this kind of annoys me that you do this every time. The next time you send me a document and I have to search for the piece at all, I'm not going to do it. I need the piece to be the first thing. Because this just annoys me, and I don't want to have to do this every time. So, the next time you send me something, make sure the piece is the only thing, or that is the very first thing in the document. You're not trying. You didn't try at all. It's still sat in the same way as it always is. Don't say you're trying when you're not. All right, let's take a look at hexproof. Hexproof. Casting time, 1 action, range 60 feet. You choose another willing creature within range to defend from all spells. If another someone... if another someone... what is that? If another creature... if another... I think... I think you probably said if someone initially, and then you didn't change it, but you added another. If another creature targets the chosen creature with a spell or magical ability, you can choose to immediately counter it. If a spell or ability is countered, comma, it fails, has no effect, and the spell slot or ability is spent. If the spell or ability targets multiple creatures, it only counters the chosen creature. I think this is more than a 6th level spell in its current... The way that it's written so far, this is definitely a higher level spell than 6th level. If the creature is in an area of effect, they automatically succeed. If the spell is 6th level or higher, then you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. If you succeed against the spells, the caster's spelled, save DC, the spell is warded. I think it's a neat idea for a spell. It's definitely a 7th or an 8th level spell minimum, but it's not a 6th level spell, that's for sure. You kind of like another someone though? Well, don't tell your main someone if you like another someone. That could be trouble. Yeah, it's basically here's the only thing that I think about it is that this seems like a pretty convoluted way of describing somebody as being unaffected by magic. Look up Globe of Invulnerability. Why? Yeah, just write it like this. Data. I don't understand. You know that... Wait. I don't understand why you want me to look at this spell. I don't... So you're like, it's globe... So it's basically Globe of Invulnerability, but targeting a creature. Yeah, I agree. I still feel like if Globe of Invulnerability is a 6th level spell and it creates an area that you cannot move, then I think that letting it be on a creature and letting them move is definitely, you know, making it so it should be higher level. And then get the wording to be less convoluted. You realize now you messed up? Messed up what? Yeah, I would say 7th or 8th level, probably. And Globe also only works on 5th level spells or lower. Yeah. All right. Gloop. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Data a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. There are already spells that basically do counter charm at higher levels, or in more specific ways. That's kind of a neat idea. If you had to use a reaction every time, so it was like it just gave you the ability to use a reaction to free counterspell a counterspell, but only a counterspell spell, but only on one creature. That could be an interesting. That could be an interesting ability. That could be an interesting spell. Weird idea. Rickles here. Bug. I meant to pee. Damn it. Bug. Boo! It's the meme queen. What you got for us, meme queen? To show off my homebrew and get criticism. This is my homebrew item. That's not what I mean by your goal. I meant your goal for the piece. Like, what do you want the piece to feel like? What do you want the piece to do? Obviously, this is your goal. When I say what's your goal, don't tell me it's to show off your homebrew and to get feedback. I know that's why. What's your goal of the specific piece? What do you want the piece to do? That's what I mean. Ring of Tag Out. Uncommon. This ring, when worn, will allow the wearer to swap places with any creature, person they can see. Just say creature. You don't need to say person. A person is a creature. And you don't need to say as an action in parentheses. Why are you writing it like this? Don't do that. So when you're writing features, you want to put the most important parts at front. So action is important. So here's what you want to say. While wearing this ring, you can use your action to swap places with any creature by speaking the command word. By any creature you can see by speaking the command word. Period. An unwilling creature must make a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw to avoid being swapped. Period. The creature can choose to intentionally fail the saving throw. That's how you should write that. Couple things. This definitely needs to require attunement, and it's probably a very rare item, I would say. I would say very rare. The range on it is how far you can see. So that's an insanely far range, first of all, because you can see quite far in games. So because it's the range is how far you can see, it immediately is minimum rare, but almost certainly very rare. Also, this amount of charges is fucking insane. I would let this item work, maybe do it 3 charges, maybe 3 charges. Isn't this a Conjuration Wizard feature? Maybe. That's not the end of the world, but it's... Yeah, it's actually exactly a Conjuration Wizard feature. Benign Transportation, except that one is limited to 30 feet. This one has infinite range. So I think you could lower the range. I think you should lower the amount of charges and I think you should reorganize the way it's written. Don't do any of this split stuff. When you're writing features, you want it to be like the limitations. You want it to be like the actions, the limitations, what it does, how often it can be used. So the way that you would write something like this is, as an action, you can target a creature you can see within 60 feet of you and attempt to swap places with them. That's the action and limitations. What it does, they must succeed on a DC 14 wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they swap places with you. They can choose to fail that save intentionally. That's the third part, what it does. And then the last part. Once you use this feature, the ring can't be used again until the next day at dawn, or something like that. So that's like the order of the way you write things like that normally. I think if you limit it to 60 feet, I think you give it 3 times a day, you make it require attunement, it could be a really solid, very rare item. Maybe rare, but probably very rare. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. I hope that is at least a little bit helpful. That's true. That's true what Cheap Tactics is saying. If you mention that the saving throw is only for unwilling creatures, you don't need to specify the willing. Yeah, that's a good call. It's like Polymorph works that way. Because Polymorph, the creature can be unwilling, but if they're willing, it just happens. Cool, thank you for sharing. All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom really quickly. I need to pee. I'll be back in a second. Okay? I'll see you in a minute. I'm not muted anymore. Sorry about that. I was saying there's some drama going on in my little TTRPG community. But there's always drama going on. And I can't help but just feel like it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like it's so easy to not do drama. People are so fucking dumb. I don't know if it has to do with like the space. Maybe it has to do with like being a content creator, or maybe it has to do with like the TTRPG content creator space. No, not in my Discord, in like some of the people that I know. I just don't know what brings it out in the content creator TTRPG space, but like so many people do dumb stuff. Like, it's so easy to just like be a person. And like you can have a hard time being a person, but it's fairly easy. It's easy to have a hard time and not like fuck around hard on other people, you know? I think that a lot of the people in our space, especially a lot of the men in our space, are not used to wielding power and are not used to wielding influence. And it can be a little bit corruptive. And sometimes people don't even realize what they're doing. Like the way they're sort of swinging their weight around. But it's crazy. People are so dumb. Ugh. I have a pretty easy time staying out of drama because I don't particularly connect my personal emotions to a lot of this in the same way that I think other people do. But I also think I'm just very old. Like, I'm just not like, I'll be very frank with you, chat. Nobody else will I be this frank with, just you. Like, I'm not on the scene. You know, I'm not trying to date any of these content creators that I work with. They're all like half my age. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make moves on any of these people. They're children. That's not true. Some of them are my age, but most of them are children. So I just don't have to like deal with a lot of the weird drama because it's just not something I care about or think about. Because it's like, you're babies. Like, you do whatever you want. I don't care. How old am I? I don't know exactly how old I am because where I come from, when I was born, they didn't do birth certificates. So when I moved to the United States, it was guesstimated how old I was. So I don't actually know exactly, but I can tell you guesstimate. Like my earliest memories were the same year. What happened that year? I think my earliest memory that I can think of in the flesh vessel were like, there was this fish and it would hang out in the shallows by a tide pool area. And I don't remember exactly where this was. I want to say this was in the Mediterranean when I was there, but maybe it wasn't. But there was like a fish that hung out in this tide pool area. And I remember one day watching it get kind of like swept up onto the beach a little bit. But instead of it like flopping to the side and like drying out, which is the way that most fish did if they get swept up, it kind of stayed upright and started to use its fins to like move a little bit. I think that was the first fish that did that. So how long ago did that happen? But anyway, regardless, I just don't get into drama that much. because I just don't think I am as intimate. I don't think I'm as invested. I don't think I have as much of like an intimate connection to these things as other people do, or at least as other people make themselves do. I don't know. So yeah, when did the first sea creature climb aboard the land? Because that's my earliest memory. 6? It happened like 6? All right, yeah, so like 6. I'm like 6 then. There's no way that was 420 million years ago. I'm not that old. Am I that old? I'll explain why I'm balding. It's got to be 7? Yeah, 6 or 7 at least. Anyway, people are so curious how old I am. And I don't know why. I think it's because I have such a boyish charm. Anyway, there's silly drama. It's not silly. It's serious drama. But there's drama in the TRPG community because men are being stupid. And I just think that everybody's young and wilding out. And they don't think about their actions. And they're fucking stupid. And they don't know how to handle power. Social power. Or political power. I called myself old without looking feeble. I am old without looking feeble. All right, I need to refill my tea. I hope one of you clipped me eating my tea bag, because I definitely did that. And now no one will ever believe you. You missed your chance. CinderBlocksally eats tea bags? No, he wouldn't do that. That'd be weird. Arcade Avery, you saying you didn't even notice, I feel like has just accomplished. I feel like that's a sign of me accomplishing the goal of the vibe I want my streams to have. Where somebody could eat a tea bag and you just don't even really notice. Every now and then I need to just remind you that I'm in control and the flesh vessel's just here. I used to drink coffee. I don't drink coffee at all anymore. I haven't drank coffee in like 3 months. I don't remember why. I was having like, I have stomach issues sometimes, and I thought it was coffee related, or I thought maybe coffee was exacerbating it, so I stopped drinking coffee, and I just haven't picked it back up. But I've been drinking a lot more tea. Dude, hella leaves, man. Oh, you guys are goofy. You guys are goofy. You're goofy guys. Got the clip? Thank you. That's all I really needed. Make sure it's posted somewhere that I can see it. There's a Cinder Clips channel in my Discord. I'll try to find it later, though. What are you guys talking about? Bucket a 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 bucket. Are you sad to be in your 20s? Jim is up next. Don't be sad to be in your 20s. It's an awkward time. People think your high school years are awkward. 20s are just as awkward. 20s are more free. You have the freedom to be your own person, but I feel like you're awkward until you're like at least 50 or 60. You mentioned in a short a while ago that it would be pretty tough to make a Superman work in 5e. I was inspired to give it a shot. Ooh, okay. Is this a Superman monster? Alright, let's see what we're going in here. I can't zoom in on it at all. Oh, yes I can. So, how do we review a Superman-themed monster? Because Superman is kind of invincible. So, like, for example, should Superman have hit points right off the bat? I don't know. I would also argue that depending on the version of Superman you got, Superman should have a 30 in intelligence and a 30 in wisdom, because his mind works just as quick as his body. He should have immunity to these damage types, not resistance. He should also have immunity to every type of damage, except for maybe... Yeah, or at least resistant. He should be resistant to cold, fire, lightning. He needs way more damage resistances than this. When within 30 feet of kryptonite that is not shielded by lead, Superman becomes stunned and his speed is reduced to 0. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this version... I disagree with your implementation of kryptonite. If I was going to... Here's what I would do. I would make it so when he didn't have kryptonite, all of his stats would become 10. And his movement would become 10. And he wouldn't be able to do anything. But, like, because the way that this is written, he's still going to be punching at full strength, even when kryptonite's around. And that's just not how kryptonite works. You know? Ignores the first 25 points of damage he would take from a non-magical hazard or source. I would write this differently. I would write it in the way that the what do they call it? Like wild boars, warthogs and stuff are written in D&D, where it's like if Superman would take 25 points of damage or less from a single source, he takes 0 damage instead. He got super sight, super hearing. He can leave holes in walls. He's got X-ray vision. Wish I could read this better. There we go. That'll be better. Okay. He got sun stuff. This doesn't really matter. This is so here's the thing. The only part of this yellow sun absorption that really matters is the last part. So I would just make that be all it says, because I don't want to, like, lose a feature in here, you know? He's got cold breath, heat vision, mighty blow. Shoots a laser beam. Basically, this is cone of cold. He's got apocalyptic force. Okay, here's what I would say. I think overall, you got the main ideas of Superman in here. I think fine. If I were you, though, I do think at the end of the day, it's still not Superman. I don't think this has nearly enough damage, resistances, immunities, etc. I think that Man of Steel, I guess, kind of solves that problem, maybe. But even still, I don't know. And I think the main thing is that I feel like I really disagree with the implementation of Kryptonite sickness. Because he still has access to all of his features. And I feel like him being stunned and his speed being 0 is like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd go in that path. I don't know if I'd go in that path. $260 average damage each turn is a bit much. Yeah, it's a little high. I mean, that's the problem with Superman, right? Like, do you want Superman to be realistic for Superman, or do you want to be able to use it in your D&D game? Because I agree, this is kind of unusable. Like, I don't think these mechanics would be fun for players to engage with. I think most of this would just be too difficult. Like, the numbers are just too high. I think X-Men mutants are more fun to create as monsters. They're certainly a little bit more grounded. In their version, he takes everything 25 damage or below. He takes everything minus the 25 damage. I see. Yeah, they're little different thoughts. I feel like the name Mighty Blow is taken from All Might. Maybe. I don't know. I think less people know who All Might is than you think. Yeah. I think the damage is too high. I think the Kryptonite Sickness doesn't really work. I think there's a bunch of stuff that I would tweak if I was going to really use this in game. But I think for like a theory crafting a Superman idea, I think this is a fun thought experiment. You're here? Welcome. Were you not here before? I thought I saw you here before. Tradosio, I appreciate that it was very mainstream for you. It was not very mainstream. No anime is very mainstream. Maybe One Piece now. Maybe. Because Netflix made it into a show. But it's not. My Hero is not mainstream. It never was. It might be mainstream within a niche, but it's still... Yeah, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon are probably the closest to come to mainstream. Mainstream means it's playing regularly on public television. Mainstream means it's Saturday morning cartoons. He would say California Smash. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with All Might, so I can't say. But yeah, I think it's a fun thought experiment. All right. Thank you very much for sharing, Jim. Making characters based around, like, quirks and stuff would be a lot of fun. What about pink kryptonite? What about it? I'm working on a Pacific Rim type one-shot. How would I make the giant controllable robots work in-game? I think you would need to scale combat in two ways, where you'd have two modes. You'd have regular combat and giant combat, and you would use basically different things, and they wouldn't really interact with each other that much. I always interpreted mainstream as known on a household level. Yeah, and I think that My Hero Academia is not known at a household level. I think, like I said, it might feel like it is because it might be for you and your household and the people in your circle, but you got to remember how big the world is and how even big just the US is in terms of what level of awareness people have of things. You know, there could be 1 million people might really love a thing, and that's still not that many people. Looney Tunes is anime. Just like One Piece is a cartoon. Use Lancer for giant combat. That's not a bad idea. Lancer's a pretty cool system, and it's built for giant robots. King of the Hill is the best anime. That's a good call. Oh, that was a weird burp. Whisper Wendigoon in chat. All right, Whisper. I'm here to learn, so don't hold back, but I'm bad at deciding the CR, so it's probably not right. Ice Buster. Oh, Ice Burster. Miscusey. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. Ooh, I like the art. Did you draw this? If you drew this, cool. If you didn't draw this, I want to know who made it. But look. Look at it. I love when people make art for their homebrew. It's got like a spiny geode head. CR5. 142 hit points, 15 AC. Pretty beefy boy. High strength, high dex, high con. Really low intelligence, pretty low everything else. I would maybe make the wisdom a little higher. Vulnerable to fire, resistant to cold, tremor sense, ambusher. The Ice Burster has advantage on attack rolls against any creature it has surprised. Ice Lurker. The Ice Burster can only burrow through ice, and when burrowing, it does not disturb the material it is burrowing through. So instead of saying it can only burrow through ice, just say the Ice Burster can burrow through snow and ice, period. While burrowing, it does not disturb the material it's burrowing through. Cool. The brewer has editing turned on? Oh, it's commenting. It's not quite editing. But they probably shouldn't do that. Let's see what else we have. Life on the ice. It's not affected by negative effects of being in snowy, icy terrain. It has advantage on dexterity stealth checks made to remain in the icy, made to hide in icy terrain. Okay, so he's very good at being in ice. He's a sneaky ice boy. I feel like you could probably mush some of these features together into one feature that it just includes all of these effects. I don't know if we need 3 different features that are like, I can burrow in ice, and I'm not affected by ice, and I'm good at hiding in ice. You might be able to mush these together. It makes 3 attacks, 1 with its frostbite and 2 with its claws. Frostbite! Chonky bite, and a con save, or take some more damage. If I were you, and then the claws do damage, and then it has ice displacement, where it basically shoots a mini cone of cold. Okay. The way that it's written right now, it feels like it's pretty... I think it's probably fine. Here's what I'd say. It feels reasonably usable as far as monsters go. My question is, what is it doing that's evocative or particularly unique or particularly memorable? I think that it being really good at being in ice is going to help you set the stage for it. And I think that it having a big cone of cold power is going to be that a little bit. But I feel like there's space here to make it a little bit more unique and to make it a little bit more evocative, because it's basically right now a stat block. It's like a bunch of hit points, does some damage, and is good at the environment that it's in. Like, you know, you could take the word ice out and put the word fire in everywhere, and fire instead of cold, and then immediately you would just have a monster that would work well in a fire elemental place. Like, it essentially is an ice elemental lizard. So with that in mind, I would maybe tweak it a little bit. Couple things right off the top of my head. Maybe have frostbite or ice displacement do something more than just more damage. Do you know what I mean? Gina, am I on the big screen? Am I on the big screen? Am I on the little screen in the corner? Am I on the big screen? Okay. I hope I'm on a cool screen. Wherever I am, I hope I'm cool. I'm also in a strange room that I haven't been able to escape. It's so funny that people put me on the big screen, and it's also it's very nice. Nice that my friends like what I'm doing in a way that they want to watch it on a TV. Tell the partner I say sup when we playing games again soon. Dravard, thank you for the prime. And you wrote a lovely message. You wrote Venus, which is like penis with a B. So I'm here for it. I think it would make a good encounter without much modification. Just not many creatures interact with the environment that much. I agree. I think this could work totally fine as is. I'm not saying that it wouldn't, but what I am saying is that we as creators can aspire for greatness. We might never accomplish greatness, but we should always aspire for it. So when somebody sends me something like this, I don't think it's going to help for me to just be like, yeah, it's good. It's fine. I'm always trying to be like, is there a way that we can improve this based on what it's trying to do? And I think there is. Because for me, a big part about monsters is thinking about how to make them feel evocative, how to make them seem cinematic, how to make them feel like a memory and like a moment that is not just a fight like in a video game. Let's fuck. Gina, I know I need to come visit. I need to know. I know I need to come visit. I know. We'll plan it. Yeah, please send in my regards. So I don't think it needs much more at all. I think you could use it probably right now, but I think you could tweak it to make it have some more stuff. So like, for example, instead of just the Cone of Cold doing damage, maybe it could have some sort of slowing effect. What if the Cone of Cold leaves behind? What if the Cone of Cold what if it was doing this? Like, what if the Cone of Cold covered that whole area in thick snow and ice so that it could create areas of snow and ice that it could then take advantage of with all of these features? You know what I mean? That could be pretty evocative. That could be pretty memorable. What if it got a special move where when it burst out of the snow while it was burrowing, it could get like, it could jump at double the distance. So it could sort of shoot like a missile out of snow to crash into people. Or what if it could, it could like come out of the snow a little bit and bite people and like drag them down into it. Cinder, for the monster art stream, would I be able to send in the big monster I drew for Cosmic? Yes, if you want to. But one of the things to keep in mind about the monster art stream that we're going to do on Wednesday, is that the point of it is not for you to be like, here is my monster that I tried to make, and here's a bunch of stuff about it. The point is for you just to send the art, and then for us to try to figure out what sort of monster we would make with that art. So as long as you're down for that, then please send it. So if you send a picture of a monster and you have a very specific image of what you want that monster to be, you should consider this a fun exercise in seeing what other people might do with that art if they were going to make it their own thing. That's what Wednesday's stream is. So Wednesday's stream is everybody sending in their monster art. We are not critiquing the monster art. We are using it as inspiration for coming up with monsters. And we're probably not even going to write that many stat blocks, if any at all. Really what it's going to be doing is brainstorming lore, plots, mechanics. It's setting up things we could do with that monster art if we so chose. I don't know how much actual stat blocks we're going to write. Maybe we'll write some. And if it goes really well and it's a really fun stream, I might take it and turn it into a long form video later where I do actually write out all of those monster stat blocks, but I would do it off camera and then I would present them on the show. Maybe we'll do something like that too, but the stream is going to be discussing monsters and looking at your monster art. I think this is a cool monster, dude. If anything, I just think there's opportunities for you to lean into trying to make cinematic moments happen. Or trying to make it so the combat feels evocative and changing and flowing and that sort of thing. If you make art by doing a weird collage of other pieces of art, I would say, if you're going to do a weird collage, I would say I would much rather it be like a weird collage of photos than you taking other people's art and mixing it together. But if you're doing it where you're taking like a Renaissance painting and a picture from Time and a picture from like National Geographic and like a picture of a toothbrush and like a stock photo of a dentist and you're mixing them together into a monster, I think that's totally fine. But because collage is definitely art. But I wouldn't like grab somebody else's deviant art and then put a face on top of it. Don't do that, please. All right. Thank you very much, Whisper. I think it's a cool little guy. Cute, fun little lizard. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, for the monster art piece, if you're taking pieces, like, the collage that you make should not look like you took other people's art and put it together. Again, if the pieces that you're taking are not other people's art, like if you're clipping photos and stuff and doing that, I think it's fine. But what I don't want to see is it looks like you took art from 6 other people to make a thing, because that's really not the goal. I want you to make the art. So I don't want to see you taking art from other people. If you want to take images from photographs or things like that, that's one thing. But if you're taking art from other people, I'm not interested in that. And to be fair, I'm sure a lot of the art's not going to be that good, because that's not really the point. The point isn't, wow, the art has to be amazing. The point is, what's a cool idea you have for a monster and how are you visualizing it, and then how are you going to interpret that visualization? Yeah, if any art is not made by the people that sent it in, or it's like AI art, we're just going to skip it. All right. Kadunk. I'm not saying collage is art, but it's different than... It doesn't mean grabbing other people's art and mixing it together. It means, you know, making art from images that basically are photos and other things. That's a terrible definition of collage. I apologize to all the collagists out there. One, two, buckle my shoe. A bucket, 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 a boo, Ginjiro. Been working on this as my first homebrew subclass for a while. I feel it has gotten to a solid point before game testing. Let's take a look. It's amazing how good things feel before you playtest them. And then you playtest them. And then, oh, how things change. I know, it's a big wheel tonight. It's the open forum, Gina. You lower the bar of entry and people come out through the wood. But then the other thing is that people have like their thing they want to show. So inevitably when I do streams where there's a little bit of limitations, the wheel is a third of the size. Is there a way for me to send in art before the stream? I probably won't be able to, but I'd still like to submit a piece. I'm going to post the submission form for the stream in my Discord either tomorrow or early Wednesday morning. So you will be able to find it early there. If you're in my Discord, it'll pop up there. Gonna be hard to write those rules out in a way that people will follow? I don't think so. Send in your own piece of original art. If it's not original art, I'm not gonna look at it. If people don't understand what that means, then I will, you know, I feel bad for those people. But I have faith that you guys are clever enough to understand what that means. You're embarrassed by your submission? Why are you embarrassed? You didn't do anything wrong. Greed domain. One thing in this world is certain. Greed is a powerful thing. What's wrong with that sentence? Will it be YouTube community notes as well? Yeah, my Discord is not connected to... It's whatever. It's anybody that submits stuff. It's not limited to YouTube or Twitch or anything. One thing. Powerful thing. Why using the word thing twice in one sentence? Also, you can just get rid of this whole opening. You could just say greed is powerful. And mortals aren't the only ones susceptible to it. That would be such a stronger opening. You guys are so fucking smart. You all just said exactly the things that I was thinking. Malok, we are not going to get into a conversation about AI art. I am very anti it in all forms, and even personal use, I'm pretty anti it. Clerics of greed embrace their covetous nature, harnessing it to achieve the goals of their god or their own. Jesus Christ, man. Get rid of these fucking hanger-ons. You're ruining your sentences. Gods of greed can include... Okay, yeah. Get rid of this last bit. Get rid of this opening bit. These hanger-ons are killing you. Okay, let's see what spells we get. Alarm, Identify, Heat Metal, Suggestion, Dispel Magic, Glyph of Warding, Resilient Sphere, Secret Chest, Animate Objects, Arcane Hand. Pretty solid spell list, my guy. I see a little bit of logic for all of it. I think Arcane Hand, Arcane Hand and Resilient Sphere feel the most like, but everything else I'm here for. I also feel like Locate Object would make sense on this spell list. I don't want to see your Hero Forged art, not really. I mean, man, Meme Queen, I'm going to be honest. I want to see art that you draw. That's what I want to see. You can draw it in a program. You can draw it on a piece of paper and take a picture of it. You could cut out pieces of a magazine and put it together. I'm not interested in seeing art that you made through Hero Forge. I would not call that original art. I would call that a Hero Forge model. And if that's offensive to you, I'm sorry. It might be real art in some situations. But for the purposes of my stream, I would like to see art that you make with your hands. Or with your digital art program. AI-generated content, is that art? No. And I can't tell if you're joking or not. But I would say it is the quintessentially not art. It is a lovely definition of something not being art. Let's see. Blessing of the Greedy. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency in one of the following skills: Deception, Intimidation, or Persuasion. Also, you can replace any components for your cleric spells with the appropriate amount of currency it costs instead. Okay, this is a pretty powerful little ribbon feature, but a good one. I like it. So you don't need a diamond that costs 300 gold. You could just get 300 gold. Which is often something that a dungeon masters will do anyway, but codifying it into the subclass is nice. Another thing that you could do here, little detail, but if you wanted to do a different version of being good at communicating, you could make that communication specific to bartering. Like, let's say you get proficiency in Persuasion, Intimidation, or Persuasion, and you get to roll that check with advantage when doing so while trying to, like, barter or trade or deal with money. Something like that. I like Hero Forge. I think Hero Forge is awesome. I use it all the time. I love using it to build character ideas. I'm not interested in seeing... Maybe we'll do a Hero Forge model day where you guys... I would rather open Hero Forge up for things like NPC designed art or character or subclass designed art or things like that. I don't think it's going to be super good for monsters. And I also think that I'm just not super keen on it right now for that. Yeah, stick figures is definitely original art. It's good. All right, let's take a look at what Avarice coins do. Starting at first level, your deity bestows you with the power to manifest your greed as tokens you can use for your selfish needs. You get a number of Avarice coins equal to your wisdom modifier, which are D4s. You can use Avarice coin dice. Just call them coins. Avarice coin dice is such a tedious term. I guess call them dice, whatever. For the following effects, we get how many options? 3. When you cast a cleric spell at first level or higher that hits a creature or a creature fails a saving throw, you can expend any number of avarice coins to have that creature take force damage equal to the roll. Okay. When you cast a cleric spell at first level or higher that restores hit points or targets yourself, you can do that to add to the number rolled. Is the same thing but the opposite. And bribe, when you make a charisma check, you can roll to add them to your charisma check roll. I don't think your die should change sizes. I disagree with that. I would make them stay the same size. This is already growing by the fact that you have an amount equal to your wisdom modifier. I don't think it needs to grow beyond that. Use coins or dice. Pick one and stick to it. Otherwise, it gets confusing. Yeah, I agree. Why would a coin be represented by a die in the first place? I have no idea. Because you're rolling it. I like all of this. I would question as to why this is on a greed domain cleric. I feel like neither of these feels like it has anything to do with greed. I understand that you followed Bardic Inspiration Die, but the Bardic Inspiration Die are a core class feature. That's why they grow, and they grow both in size and amount. If I disagree with that on a subclass resource like this. I just don't think it makes sense. Especially considering it's going to be using multiple things. You can use multiple of them at a time. I just don't think you need to do that. Let's see. At second level, we get Pound of Flesh. As an action, you present your holy symbol targeting a creature you can see within 60 feet. You can choose to demand something as tribute from it. The creature must either relinquish the demanded tribute or refuse. If it refuses or you didn't demand a tribute, that creature must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails the save, it takes force damage equal to twice your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier and is knocked prone. If the creature succeeds, it takes half as much damage and isn't knocked prone. You can choose to have the damage not reduce the creature's hit point below 1, or for the creature knocked out unconscious but stable. I feel like I wouldn't do the damage growth this way. Twice your cleric level plus your wisdom modifier is a little bit weird. I would probably do some amount of dice plus your cleric level, or some amount of dice plus your wisdom modifier. It's another situation of scaling. You're doing like a hat on a hat. We don't need scaling in multiple directions. I kind of like this one. You can be like, give that to me, and if they say no, it hurts them. For like, gimme objects for like greed. I think that fits kind of well. I do feel like there is a weird direction that this is going in that I just did not expect, and I don't know if I agree with it, which is there's a lot of extra damage that this subclass is doing, and it just feels kind of out of place. Maybe that's just me, but it just feels kind of out of place that we're doing so much damage with this greed-based subclass. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's not the vibe I would have expected, and it feels a little out of place. I summon Pot of Greed. Let's see what we get at 6th level. As a bonus action, target creature you can see within 30 feet has to make a wisdom save. On a failed save, they're charmed for 1 hour, and you learn something the creature covets most. If you or your companions are fighting the creature, it can make another wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turns. You need to be more clear about what this means. What does it mean to be fighting a creature? That's kind of vague. I would say I probably would let the creature make a saving throw multiple times anyway, regardless of whether or not you're fighting them, unless you can think of a very specific way to express mechanically fighting them. I also think a single saving throw to charm a creature for an hour is stupidly overpowered. This doesn't require concentration. There is no way to end it early other than fighting, which is really not clear what that means. It doesn't end early from them taking damage. It doesn't end early from you doing something harmful to them. at the end of it, they aren't inherently mad at you for charming them, so it's really fucking strong. So I think it needs to be toned back pretty substantially. Dead Rat, thank you for the 5. Just wanted to ask if you think a Puppet Master patron would work for a Warlock, and how would you do that? I think a Puppet Master patron could work really well. I think the question is the Puppet Master teaching you how to make puppets, or are you a puppet of the Puppet Master? And how would I make that work? I might let you do weird, like, Puppet Master powers on other people, where you could, like, force creatures to take certain actions or drag them around the battlefield or stuff like that. Get potent spellcasting, and at 17th level we get all that glitters. At 17th level, you can use your action to temporarily warp your enemies into something of value. You gain a number of charges equal to your wisdom modifier. We're doing wisdom modifier stuff earlier too, so I wouldn't do that here. As an action, you can expend charges to target that many creatures you can see within 60 feet of you. Each one has to make a charisma save. On a failed save, they turn to gold and are restrained. A restrained creature must repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns or become petrified on a failure. This seems... what? Why are we getting this? What does this mean? This feels really out of place. I don't understand why we're getting this. As an action, you can expend any number of charges and target that many creatures within 60 feet of you. Each creature has to make a charisma saving throw. If they fail, they begin to turn to gold and are restrained. The restrained creature has to repeat the saving throw. So this is just the petrified condition. So we're just doing, like, petrifying? Why? I think this is kind of okay. I mean, it's kind of, honestly, it feels kind of lame for a 17th level feature. It feels very weird to get a charge, like a charge-based feature at 17th level that is only using the charges for itself. We have a whole charge feature here. Why are we not using this already? You spend all the time to introduce a whole fucking coin charge system. We should just use that, right? Midas touch but aggressive, but that doesn't, I feel like that doesn't make sense. Like, that only makes sense in the context of Midas touch. I don't think it makes sense in the context of anything that we actually see in this subclass. You know? Yeah, it doesn't fit the fiction of this. It fits the fiction of Midas, but Midas is not this. There's literally nothing of any of that in here. So I think that what it comes down to for me is the thing that I think... Here's my main feedback. Who is this? What's your name again? Here's my main feedback, Ginjiro. When you design a subclass that is a fairly well-trodden trope, or a subclass that doesn't have an incredibly specific vibe inherent to it, something like greed, or death, or justice, you know, whatever, just like an idea, you need to really think about the way you decide to interpret that idea through the mechanics you give it. Because, quite frankly, there are a shit ton of greed. There's a shit ton of greed-based clerics. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't make one, but what makes them different? What makes yours stand out? Because the way your cleric represents greed is, it feels a little bit disjointed right now. And I think what you need to maybe do is to step back and think about it from both a mechanical perspective and then also a narrative perspective. From a mechanical perspective, what are the mechanics we are literally getting and how are they helping uplift the fiction? And then two, how can I make the fiction more focused so it's easier for me to come up with more focused and specific mechanics that feel tied to the main subclass idea that I'm working with here? Because I think part of the reason why a lot of these features feel a little bit disjointed is because greed is really vague. Greed is really open-ended. And if you take 6 different aspects of greed from 6 different places and put them together into a subclass, it's likely that those features are not going to mix that well, and they're not going to feel like they build into something. And that's kind of what I feel like is happening here. So if I were you, I would pull back a little bit, and I would go back to that question of, sure, greed, great, but what is the most important thing to represent greed in the mechanics, in the way that I want to represent it, in the story that I want this subclass to be able to tell? All right. Thank you for sharing, Ginjiro. Let's give them a round of applause. This gives you Pathfinder Calistrade vibes. I don't know what that is, but I accept. It doesn't need to be back to the drawing board, but I think you need to ask that question. Like, I mean, I'll tell you what, it is back to the drawing board if you haven't asked that question yet. Why is doing extra damage and doing extra healing tied to greed? Why is charming someone for an hour tied to greed? Why is petrifying people tied to greed? Or the other way to think about it is, how do these mechanics build to feel like there's something cohesive? So I don't think you need to go back to the drawing board necessarily, unless you haven't asked yourself those questions yet. But I think it is worth re-evaluating the goals and making sure all the pieces are working towards them. Boo! It's moot. This is a Circle of Reclamation druid. It's a subclass based around drawing pollution into yourself to purify the land and using that pollution to fight. I feel like I've read this subclass already. The theming is reclaiming urban environments from nature. My main concern is the core level 2 feature. I think it's solid and fun, but it is a bit on the wordy side, and I want to make sure it's worth the wordiness. I swear I looked at a pollution druid the other day. Let's take a look. The whole thing looks fucking wordy, if I'm being honest. Here it is on YouTube. Matt Thorne, petrifying does not tie to greed through Midas, because there is literally nothing in the entire subclass that has anything to do with Midas. So it's I made that point already, my guy. But I would say no, I don't think it ties to Midas. I think you could make it tie to Midas, but it ties to Midas through extra. That's like saying that, like, chili dogs are inherently tied to Sonic because Sonic likes chili dogs. So whenever you see a chili dog, that means you should expect to see Sonic. It's like, no, that's chili dogs exist separate from Sonic. You need to know about Sonic and know that Sonic likes chili dogs to know that there's a connection there. Okay, Circle of Reclamation Druid. Druids of the Circle of Reclamation have designed themselves as speakers for nature. Okay, I'm going to say something right now, but that is literally every fucking druid. It's also what Circle of the Land druids are. These druids martyr their own bodies to consume the pollution that has caused their natural temples to shrink off and die. This should be your opening sentence. Or this idea should be the first idea. We don't need this idea. This idea is just druids. We get purify food and drink, absorb elements, spike growth, wither and bloom, plant growth, life transference, aura of purity, blight, enervation, wrath of nature. I mean, so we're the druidiest druid so far. We're the druidiest druid. So we're growing stuff and we're smushing stuff. Life finds a way. Second level. Starting at second level, you've learned to make the plants you grow more hearty, allowing them to thrive where life otherwise could not. When you cast a spell or use an ability that causes plant growth to grow in an area, you can target an area that would not normally be suitable for plant life, and your plants can grow through solid surface of 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, or 3 feet of wood. I would completely cut the last part off. What does that mean? Does that mean you can ignore cover with your area of effect spells? I kind of disagree with that. I think that's too strong. Also, there's a lot of spells like Vine where you can like move it around, and I feel like that would be too strong with this also. So I would keep the first part, but I would drop the second part. And I would give an example of what you mean by this too, because I'm not sure exactly what spells are on this list other than maybe plant growth. And if I think we need some examples of what you're talking about here. Put more druid in your druid. Yeah. Midas was the inspiration, but the idea was more so someone being so greedy that it changed the world. But again, Jin, that's very vague. So greedy it changes the world? What does that mean? How is it changing the world? Like, that's what I mean. You got to get a little bit more specific. Okay. This is the main feature. Revenge Seed. Starting at second level, you can use yourself as a conduit to take on the pollution of the world and heal nature. And punish those. Don't say "and" so many times. And heal nature and punish. The sentence is too long. Fix it. As an action, you can expend a use of your wild shape when you touch a creature. Not when. As an action, you can touch a creature and expend a use of your wild shape to draw pollution or malady from their body, period. You can choose to either end one disease or condition. The condition can be poison, blah, 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 blah. When you do this, you take the pollution into yourself and cannot purify another creature until you expel the pollution. You can also choose to select a 5-foot area around you to draw pollution from instead. When you do so, the area becomes no longer polluted. This is an issue because there is no definition for what this means in D&D. So I think you need to be really... I think you need to change this part, because what does it mean? What does this mean? What is pollution in D&D? What's a 5-foot area of pollution look like? And what happens when it's not there anymore? Yeah, the comma usage and the sentence usage is all fucked. When you do so, the area becomes no longer polluted. Again, what the fuck does that mean? The area becomes no longer polluted is also a fucked up sentence. How about the area is no longer polluted? You got to think about the way you're writing, and you got to try to simplify your sentences and narrow them and get out of these weird back and forth sentences, because it's really dramatically making it harder for me to get through your piece, which means other people are just going to stop reading. When you do, the area is no longer... You don't even just say when you do. You could just say the area is no longer polluted. Ending any area effects that do poison damage or inflict the poison condition. What the fuck are those? What would those be? What is that? The cloud kill spell? Like, what are we talking about here? What is this actually affecting? I feel like you're introducing a way to solve a problem that is not a problem that exists within the mechanics of D&D. So it kind of feels like it doesn't make... I just don't understand what we're doing here. Expending use of your wild shape this way causes small, harmless patches of plant life to grow in the area. While your body is polluted, you can use a bonus action to expel the pollution to grow special plants called Revenge Seeds. You can create a number of Revenge Seeds equal to your Wisdom modifier anywhere within 30 feet of you. How? How do you create them? Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? How? Any creatures that enters within a 5-foot cube centered on a Revenge Seed or starts its turn there takes poison damage. Your Revenge Seed lasts for 1 minute before become... This is so tediously overcomplicated for what you're trying to do here. That was a very... Somebody said, I think I would just rather turn into a bear. And I don't 100% disagree. Here's what I think. One, this is basically doing two things, and I think you're not doing a very good job of being clear on either of them. Because one is essentially, you can use your wild shape to remove a disease or an ailment from a creature. That makes sense. You could say that in a sentence. And then you have this whole fucking thing, which is just confusing. Because again, you're spending half a paragraph to describe dealing with a mechanic that we don't have in D&D. And then the next part is really the only part that feels like it's doing anything. And I think that you're not even explaining all the mechanics for it. So there's another thing that basically does this. Like the Spore Druid basically has this feature. Unless I'm misremembering things. Can't the Spore Druid have, like, throw their halo of spores? Like, that is what the Spore Druid's 10th level feature is. Is they can throw their halo of spores. And their halo of spores does exactly what yours does. Not exactly, but very similar. Whenever a creature enters the area, starts their turn there, they take some damage. So, I think you gotta maybe rethink this second level feature a little bit. So that, I think so it feels more unique. And we're not just taking a 10th level feature from a Spore Druid and kind of shoving it in here, changing a little bit. But also, I think it's overcomplicated. I think it's really overcomplicated for what we're doing. Because what we're doing is really simple. We're curing a disease, and we're summoning little seed pods that can hurt people. It doesn't need to take this many words to say. And even the thing that it's doing, I think, needs to be a little bit more distinct, I think. At 6th level, we get something called Natural Medicine. When you take in pollutants, you have learned to replace them with bits of natural force. When you expend your wild shape to end a condition, that creature regains hit points. You can, when you expend your wild shape to draw pollution from an area, the area cannot be polluted. It doesn't matter. That literally means nothing. So it doesn't matter. And I know that it doesn't mean nothing, but you're giving us ways to deal with. It's essentially the same as saying, if you use this feature on a piece of ground, that anybody that rolls an ice cream check on that spot automatically fails. Ice cream checks don't exist in D&D, so that feature doesn't do anything. The other thing that I kind of want to point out is the only thing that we're getting at 6th level is something that directly ties to expending our wild shape. If you're going to get a expending your wild shape feature at 3rd level or 2nd level, it should not improve at 6th level. It should improve at 10th level. Because the other thing that you want to think about is you don't want your subclass to feel like you don't get a subclass if you run out of wild shapes. You want it to feel like a subclass. The only subclass where it's really okay for you to feel like you don't have a subclass if you run out of wild shapes is the Moon Druid. Because it's just a subclass for wild shape. But like, there's so much you could be doing to sell the fiction of a Reclamation Druid that you aren't able to do because you're just deciding to improve the 3rd level feature. And again, man, you're just using so many extra words. And I don't understand why it's taken that many words to say these things. I think you could literally just say at 6th level, when you use revenge seeds to remove a condition from a creature, they regain 1d8 hit points. When you do it to remove pollution from an area, that area becomes immune to pollution for the next 24 hours. Period. Done. I don't know if we're going to read the whole thing here. I feel like there's enough to work on. At 10th level, you begin to understand nature's growing desire for revenge. As a bonus action, you can choose a revenge seed within 30 feet of you to bloom, causing it to release all its pent-up pollution at once. Each creature within 5 feet of you, with 5 feet of it, has to make a con saving throw or take poison damage, and they're poisoned until the start of their next turn. I think this is a cool feature. I think this could work really well if you figure out how to write this in a way that is more clear. And I think figure out how to balance this thing down a little bit. Honestly, I would make it do one thing as opposed to making it do like 3 or 4 things. I think that'll help. But I think if you figure out how to make it so you can use a wild shape to plant some seed pods, and then you could use a special feature to blow them up later, that's pretty cool. As an action, you can cause all your remaining seeds to bloom at once. You just gave us a thing that does it at 10th level. I wouldn't do that again at 14th. When a creature you can see drops to 0 hit points within 30 feet of you, you can use your action to instantly render a revenge seed inert. Every single thing has to do with revenge seeds. I think you got to change that. So it feels like a half of an idea right now. If I were you, I would drop all the cleansing the land stuff unless you can figure out how to make it react to something that actually is a game mechanic that will have, you know, like regular use in games. I would spend more time on tightening the language of Revenge Seed and coming up with a shit ton of features that have nothing to do with Revenge Seed, but help sell the fiction of the subclass. And I would only have Revenge Seed grow once, and it would probably be in the way that it explodes stuff. But I think you're leaning way too hard on it, and I think it's kind of convoluting the idea because it's so focused on this thing that is just not normally a part of the game. This feels like a hat stack? Yeah, a little bit. All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. Moot. Let's give Moot a round of applause. I like this song. It's ending, but that's okay. It's still a good song. Boo! It's Ethereum. Ooh, no comment. Muscle Mage. Hey Cinder, this is a class that I'm working on called Muscle Mage. You can think of it as a combination monk and paladin. I should mention this is still a work in progress. Alright, I'm only going to look at the first very beginning features, just so you know. It's a half caster. D10 hit points. It's using light armor and shields, no weapons. Let's see what we get at first level. Beginning of first level, you can add your proficiency bonus to damage of your unarmed strikes. This immediately is broken. Immediately, this is broken. Can anybody tell me why? Unfortunately, your very first feature doesn't work. Can anybody tell me why? Multi-class. What if I take one level of this and then go monk? What if I take one level of this and then go fighter, unarmed fighting style? Increased minimum damage is incredibly powerful. The closest thing to something getting a feature like this would be like near capstone level features of some classes, but this is shockingly overpowered for a first level feature. So right off the bat, it's not even a thing that I can tell you how to change it to make it good because it's just too strong. And then we get the unarmored defense of a barbarian. So yeah, you got to kind of rebuild this immediately from the ground up, unfortunately, because this is not a subclass. This is not a class yet at level 1. Muscle magic. You might be able to do other stuff later that works. Let's see. This is just your spell casting. Is this different than regular spell casting? Chat, one of you tell me. I don't know. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I don't want to have to find how it's different than spellcasting hidden in it. Is it different than spellcasting? Or is it just spellcasting? Should be equal to class level? What should be? No, it's just con-based casting. Okay, cool. Your focus is your muscle, mage. You can use an arcane focus. Oh, we have an arcane focus. Okay. Starting at second level, once per turn, immediately after you take the attack action, you can expend a muscle mage spell slot to make an additional unarmed strikes. The number of attacks is equal to the expended spell slots level. Additionally, they deal extra damage. Oh, no, man. No. This is also too strong. This is just too fucking strong. Spell slots for extra attacks and having those extra attacks do extra damage. The paladin doesn't get to do that. The paladin uses the spell slot. They just do extra damage. Getting an extra attack, even if that extra attack is doing a little bit less damage than the spell slot, it doesn't matter. This is completely overpowered. This is so cheesable. This is so cheesable. This doesn't work. Even if you're not multi-classing, this is so overpowered compared to other classes at this level. Or other classes that get these sorts of features. Think about it like this. Let's just compare it to a paladin. Paladin can use Divine Smite. They can add 2d8 radiant damage to a hit, okay? This is only adding 1d10 damage to that hit. But if every level spell slot that I do for a paladin adds 1d8, every level spell slot that I do for this adds a whole attack and a d10 on top of that fucking attack. That's so much. That's so much. So I think we're going to stop looking at this here, and I'm going to say, as much as you might be very excited by this idea, I think it's important for you to take a closer look at what you are giving compared to what other classes get, and try to be very brutally honest with yourself with how powerful yours is versus what's already there. And then the other thing to ask yourself is, what is the fiction this is trying to sell? Why is adding our proficiency bonus to attack and damage rolls magic? That doesn't make any sense to me. You know? Why are we sacrificing spell slots to get extra attacks and then for them to be enhanced? Maybe there's something to that if you can figure out a way to limit it, but immediately I'm like, I don't know, what is the fiction of this thing? I really don't know. So, I think you got to get a little bit tighter into the fiction of what this thing is supposed to be like before we get to second level or before we get to third level. And I think you got to reevaluate how powerful you're making these features. If you need help with that, I would strongly encourage you to share it in my Discord. People are pretty helpful there, and they're pretty good at having a critical eye of balance. All right, thank you, Euterbium. Let's give them a round of applause. Welcome back, Josh. Yeah, it was just too strong. It was just too strong. Too strong and not really, I think, doing enough work to prove that it should be its own, that it's worth existing as a class and shouldn't be a subclass or, you know, some sort of refined version of magical fighter. Ooh. What do you guys think about stuff? Anything? Man, everybody's playing. I want to play Helldivers. When I'm done stream tonight, I'm probably gonna play Helldivers. If my stream was if my computer was powerful enough when I did stream, I would just play Helldivers on stream. We would just be like, all right, I'm done doing D&D stuff now. We're Helldiving. One day. One day. One day that will be us. Bucket a 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 boo Beza. My goal is to make a CC monster Cleric tank. I'm quite worried that it's really front-loaded, but I'm not sure how to move around features to make it more balanced. Is this a subclass? It is a subclass. All right, let's take a look at it. There it is in the chat. The Deep Sea Domain. The Deep Sea Domain focuses on the powers at play that maintain life in the deep sea below. Gods of the deep sea have command over the great monsters that reside in their waters, and they imbue their clerics with monstrous power. In turn, the duty of the clerics is to maintain respect for both life above and below the surface, as well as ensure safety and purity. La, 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 la. Okay, cool. Pretty solid intro. We're deep sea. We're ocean based. We're getting powers from the ocean and from sea monsters. I like that we're getting all that info. All right, let's see what we're getting into in the actual thing. When you choose this domain at first level, your body itself becomes a vessel of divine power of your watery deity. You have unarmored AC equal to your dex modifier plus your wisdom modifier. You have a swim speed equal to your walk speed. You can breathe underwater. You gain the benefits of your unarmored AC with equipping a shield. Your creature type is now monstrosity. I don't think I would change your creature type to monstrosity. Also, this isn't really that interesting because this is just monk armor. So I would not give you monk armor here. I would try to come up with another way to express that. And what I might do is instead of making it 10 plus your dex plus your wisdom, I might make it something like 12 plus your wisdom so that it feels kind of different. Because it's just monk armor. And I don't know. That doesn't feel like it's anything. And then at first level, we get something else. Oh, let's see what spells we get to. Earth Tremor. Why Earth Tremor? Creator Destroy Water, Air Bubble, Phantasmal Force, Erupting Earth, Wall of Water, Black Tentacles, Control Water, Destructive Wave, Enervation. I feel like Earth Tremor feels out of place here. And Erupting Earth feels out of place here. I'm sure there's water things you could squeeze into those. I'm reviewing Homebrew that people send in. I would say you count as a monstrosity in addition to your other creature types. I just don't know if I would even do that. Earth Tremor is for like tsunamis. Yeah, maybe. It just feels a lot of place though. I feel like there's probably better ocean water vibe things. Or if you're going to be leaning into the sea monster inspiration, give this guy some lightning powers too. Or acid powers. Water and acid fit nicely together. And a lot of the water elemental stuff do interactions with acid uniquely. Let's see what this other thing we get is. Starting at first level, the innate hunger of the deep causes you to lash out at your enemies. You learn the primal savagery cantrip. When you cast it, creatures you hit must make a con saving throw. On a failure, they have disadvantage on the next attack roll they make before the start of your next turn, as your monstrous hunger rends off a part of their soul. I think you can drop the armor. I think the armor feels really out of place. I don't think it makes sense. Unless you want to make it in a unique way. Or drop the, or take Primal Savagery and, like, tone it a little bit so this isn't happening every time you cast that spell. Maybe it's limited how much you can do that. But yeah, I agree. You're getting too much at level 1. I think I would drop the armor. Give you a swim speed. Give you a claw attack. You're potent spellcasting. You're not divine striking, so you're not really making a melee-based character anyway, so the armor is less important. Heavy armor proficiency? Maybe, but that's, I don't think, helping sell the fiction either. I wouldn't do that. Swim speed is not missing. Swim speed's up here. They squoze it in. They squeezed it in a weird place. They hit it after the armor. Let's see what the channel divinity is. As an action, you can summon spectral tentacles around you. When you do so, all terrain in a 30-foot radius becomes difficult terrain. As an action, you can force a creature... becomes difficult terrain for creatures of your choice, I would probably make. As an action, you can force a creature within the difficult terrain to make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they become grappled by tentacles. At the start of their turn, they can make another strength saving throw. On a success, they break free from the grapple. The effect lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. I think that's pretty cool. It's pretty strong. It's definitely strong enough that I think you got to get rid of, at the bare minimum, the armor. I might even get rid of the armor and the extra effect of Hunger in the Deep. Because this is a pretty strong channel divinity. You create a 30-foot aura of creatures having half movement and potentially being grappled. That's really fucking strong. Yeah, reduce the range would also make a lot of sense. Okay, I see how this thing is supposed to be melee-based. I understand that now. But regardless, there's way too much going on at first level. So you got to figure out something. Either you're getting rid of the cantrip and its extra features, or you're getting rid of the armor, or you're getting rid of a little bit of things on either side. Because we are essentially getting, like, some clerics at first level, they get a single skill proficiency and a single armor proficiency. And, like, that's it. So... and this is not a weak channel divinity. This is a strong channel divinity. So you really got to cut something big here, I think. Ovaru, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. That's a very nice little gift. Thank you very much. Let's see. At 6th level, you can use your channel divinity to cause your body to grow with the might of sea monsters. As a bonus action, you magically gain the following. If you're smaller than large, you become large. If your wisdom score is higher than your strength score, then your strength score is temporarily set to your wisdom score. You advantage on strength checks and saving throws. As a part of the action, when you activate this ability and as a bonus action on subsequent turns, you can channel the forces of the deep into the ground around you. When you do, all hostile creatures within 15 feet have to make a dex saving throw. Creatures that fail their saving throw take bludgeoning damage equal to your wisdom modifier. This feels like too much. I think this last part feels like you're overdoing it. I would probably either cut this last part or cut some of the other things. The other thing that I want to point out here is this doesn't make any fucking sense. Why are we switching our strength for our wisdom when at level 2 you gave us a melee wisdom-based attack? So, if you want us to be using our strength to attack, drop the Hunger of the Deep and don't give us potent spellcasting, give us Divine Strike. Because you're sort of pulling this thing in too many different directions now. You know? It doesn't matter if it's for grappling or not. You're a fucking cleric spellcaster. If you're using your action to grapple, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Like, there's genuinely no reason to do that. There's even more of no reason to do that because you literally have a channel divinity that is a grapple. So, like, why would we need that? We genuinely don't need it. Yeah, potent spellcasting doesn't make any sense. And then we get Formless Horrors at level 17. The horrifying truth within your body can horrify... The horrifying truth can horrify others. You need to come up with some new words. Look for a thesaurus, my friend. Once per round, when you force a creature to make a saving throw while you have your channel divinity active, you can force a creature to within 30 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, it takes psychic damage equal to your wisdom modifier, becomes frightened of you for 1 hour. This feels really out of place, man. I completely disagree with this. Creatures who fail this saving throw can make an additional wisdom save at the end of their turns. What? This doesn't make sense. This feels like this belongs to another subclass. I would come up with a new 17th level feature here. I think you're trying to make this too many things. Am I controlling the tides? Am I controlling the tides? Am I becoming a sea monster? Am I becoming an eldritch underwater sea monster horror? What the fuck am I supposed to be? Am I ranged? Am I melee? This belongs to another subclass. I would completely remove this feature. I don't think it makes sense on here. Mechanically, it doesn't really fit the vibe. And narratively, I don't think it fits the vibe either. This channel divinity feels fucking weird. I feel like this would make so much more sense at 2nd level than it does at 6th level, and you would have to tone it down a little bit. But this feels so out of place at 6th level. I think the problem is you're trying to make this subclass too many different things. I think you're trying to make it you are a sea monster. I think you're trying to make it you are controlling the water. And I think you got to figure out how to find the middle ground there. The Fathomless Warlock does a really good job of that. And I would look to that for to show an example of how it gets some features that build on each other and some that are unique, but they are very, they build in a direction. Yeah, this is too class defining a feature for it to be 6th level. So I think you probably got to cut a lot out of this, honestly, and then sort of rebuild it in a more focused direction. And those are my thoughts. I like the idea of a sea monster cleric. I think it could be a lot of fun. But I think you got to build it so it feels like it's building on itself. And it doesn't really feel like that right now. It feels like it's just getting different things. But they don't feel like they're tying together or building on each other. Don't really have more thoughts other than that. The flavor is very specific, but not well translated. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm going to be honest, man. I feel like you've completely wasted your 1st level features. I don't think they are. I think that they are pretty dull. And I think that you could. I think that that might be actually what you need to think about. Think about that, and then think about this channel divinity being at 2nd level, and either completely getting rid of this or coming up with something different for 6th level, switching them or coming up with something brand new there. Same for 17th level. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Beza. Let's give Beza a little round of applause. Swimming in heavy armor is a chore for sure. So final thoughts, rework everything? Kinda, yeah. But that's how I feel about half the things that I look at here. Often, my thought process when I'm looking at a subclass is, yep, I would start this from the ground up. And I usually say that when I think that. Moot just got back? What's up, Moot? I didn't see you pop up in chat. We looked at your piece earlier. Alrighty. Whatever, remove the coin features entirely, make it so you 2 charisma skills, move channel divinity charm to 2nd level after toning it back, move pound of flesh to 6th level, then maybe make the capstone some sort of AoE crowd control that causes enemies to fight each other. That could work. That could work. Jinfang, I think that could work. I think anything, you know, there's not really anything that, all sorts of stuff could work. You know, lots of things could work well. Oh, Frank the Tank is moot. I keep forgetting. Yeah, remind me what the piece is of yours that we looked at, and I'll tell you my brief thoughts on it really quickly. Jinfang, I think that could work. I think the main thing to do though is to share it. You know, like even before you start working on it, make sure it's posted in the Discord and you're getting feedback on it. Because again, my opinion is just one opinion, man. Other people have just as valid opinions as I do. I just have a show. So I would not take everything I say and decide you need to listen to it. I would think about what I say, but then share your piece with other people and then listen to what they have to say too, and then decide if any of us know what we're talking about, and if we don't, we can go fuck off. Moot, remind me what your piece was. I don't remember. Yeah, there's a lot of Acquisition Incorporated spells that are really tied to greed. Definitely worth looking at. Definitely worth looking at. No one's gonna tell me what Moot's piece was? No one remembers? I don't remember. I feel bad. Babadi. Yeah, Gift of Gab, for sure. Gift of Gab is great. A bit lost on Discord. Where should you post your stuff? There is a channel in Discord called Submission Forms. It's also in the announcement for the stream. It's also in the video description of the YouTube. If you're watching there, you can just see and find the link in the video description. You can also ask in the Discord. Boo! Kung Fu Grizzly. A cool cursed object that has a benefit after a hard test of the wielder. Ooh. Oh, for other people to see? For other people to see it, you have to... There's a channel called peer review. Homebrew peer review. Member peer review. Look, just ask in the Discord. People will tell you. Ask in the Discord. People will tell you. All right. You know what I just noticed? Look. Do you guys see that? Do you know what that means? Kung Fu Grizzly did not make their piece publicly available. Which means they did not properly follow the instructions in the form. And because they did not properly follow instructions, we do not have access to their homebrew. And as sad as that is, and as unfortunate a situation it may be, I think it is time that we try to take it in stride. And we learn from it. And we try to take this moment that Kung Fu Grizzly has given us to say to ourselves, when I submit Homebrew to Cinder's stream, I will try opening the link in an incognito window to make sure that I made it publicly available. And Kung Fu, we accept mistakes in this community. With some things more than others, but we accept them. And so, I shall remove you from the wheel now. But if you appear on stream before stream ends, I shall return you to the wheel. In the meantime, let me just say that we wish you well. And we hope that in the shadows that you wander, you find a bit of light. Because yes, like Cloudian suggests, there is in fact always next time. Okay, we're moving on now. Why does everyone keep commenting? Commenting 07? 07 is like you're saluting. So it's like they're saying like, oh, our comrade lost. It's like showing respect to a fallen comrade. Or just showing respect in general. Yeah, it's a salute. It's a salute. They're saluting. We cranking through them today? I don't know if we're cranking through them. You know what I've just realized? I've just realized that I don't need to spend a crazy amount of time on something if I don't have a lot to say about it. And sometimes if a homebrew piece feels like it needs like a very specific type of work, that doesn't mean I need to read the whole thing. Did I ever submit one that couldn't be seen? I don't think so, Data. I think all of your homebrew has been through home brewery links, not through Google Docs or Discord or D&D Beyond. So I don't think there's ever been an issue with it because you've been using like home brewery, which are designed to be shared. You're only 30, but you feel like a boomer sometimes? Dude, I've been feeling like a boomer for like 152 years. Shades, I do not believe you got rolled. No. I do not believe you did. Okay. Boomers do extra thunder damage? That's true. You know what? That's a good point. I should have thought about that. Oh, Moot, you did the Circle of Reclamation Druid. We literally just talked about it. Basically, my main feedback was it felt a little convoluted for what it was trying to do. The features felt a little bit jumbled. There was a lot of like hat on a... Oh, I just bit my tongue so hard. There was a lot of like hat on a hat situations. And I felt like you spent a lot of time talking about how you could use your wild shape to like turn off a polluted area, but there's not a definition for that in D&D, and it was kind of like you're giving us the solution to a mechanic that doesn't exist in the game, and felt like it was taking up a lot of space. And it felt weirdly similar to the Spore Druid's like halo of spores thing that it throws. Tradosio is up next. Since we didn't get to see the prophecy I submitted for last stream, I would still like your thoughts. Here it is again. For context, this prophecy will act as the inciting plot hook for an entire seafaring exploration-based campaign. If I'm spun tonight, I will be running the session 0.5 for the game. This part will be tomorrow, which just so happens to be my birthday. Oh, dude. Well, happy birthday in 1 minute. It's almost midnight. And I'll take a look at your prophecy. But literally, it's literally about to be your birthday. Like right now. Like in the next 30 to 40 seconds. How crazy is that? That wasn't rigged. That was the wheel making a choice. I told you guys, I'm not in charge of the wheel, but the wheel is in charge. And sometimes the wheel is like, it's Tradosio's birthday, so we're going to look at their prophecy for their game they're running tomorrow. That was fucking crazy. I love the wheel. Anybody that doesn't love the wheel doesn't appreciate... This is the problem, is everybody questions the plan of gods because they feel like it doesn't make sense, but you can't comprehend something that is outside of your comprehension. That's the whole point of it. You have to decide you have faith in it or decide you don't. And that's the wheel. The wheel is God. Well, a god. Anyway, happy birthday, Tradosio! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tradosio. Happy birthday to you. Clip it. The prophecy. An ancient prophecy reemerges in the world. I did get DMCA'd for that, like, 8-second clip I played from the song, music, that the Meters song that I really like. It copyright claimed that whole stream. So I did fuck that. I was on me. I can't blame anybody for that but myself. But it does happen. Okay. Let's take a look at this prophecy. So I'm going to assume that you're going to read this out loud to them, but that they will also get a copy of it afterwards. That's what I would do if I were you. In shattered shards my idol lies, scattered wide neath starry skies. Thy brave soul who mends this fractured art, they shall wield power, a fearsome part, to rule over the lands, and to rule over seas. Thy strength bestowed to my decree. This power gifted to thee I lend, to guard thy realm from world's end. 6 evils march with grim intent, thy wrathful fury without relent. Okay, the one thing that I want to say about the opening is that it sounds good, like it's fun to read. It rhymes mostly in a way that works well for a prophecy, but I do feel like it's a little repetitive. Just a little. Like, I don't know if we need to hear about us wielding your power 3 times. Okay. 6 evils march with grim intent, thy wrathful fury without relent. First comes chaos, a writhing mast. Second, a strategist, cunning and fast. Third, the archmages, wielders of might. Fourth, depths incarnate, shrouded in night. Fifth, our matron, cruel and cold. And lastly, the outsider, whose tales unfold. Okay, final thoughts. I like all of this. I think this is cool. If I were you, what I might do, if I did have time and wanted to edit this or change this or expand on this, is I might try to weave in a little bit of clues about these things more than just their vibe. Like, if this is gonna be, you mentioned that this is for like a seafaring campaign where they're exploring. So I would probably tie in some landmark or clue to location for these things, if the goal is, in fact, to seek these things out, to destroy them. Does that make sense? You know, first comes chaos, a writhing mass, you know, under a moon of blood, and under dual moons of moon and blood. Like, what does that mean? Might not mean anything, but there might be a city you go to where there are 2 clock towers and one is red and one is white, and that could be moon and blood. I don't know. Like, I would just think about that a little bit. Because I do think that part of a good prophecy doesn't just give you clues about the vibe of what might happen. It gives you literal clues that do not feel like clues when you first read it. You know what I mean? Like, it gives you clues that you don't realize are clues until you connect them. Because it's sort of like you're figuring out how the prophecy connects to the real world. Prophecies need omens. I mean, the whole thing is an omen. The omen is that these monsters are coming. I feel like that's the omen. You think you'll do snaky stuff with light weapons? That could make sense. Each good prophecy has a plot twist. I feel like the plot twist is maybe the outsider. But that was the other thing that I was going to say, is that another thing to maybe include in the prophecy to sort of get more interest of players is more of an element of unknown in some circumstances. So, like, maybe we hear about the first 4, but then the 5th one is just, we don't know what it is, but we just know it's coming. You know? Something that makes us go, wait a minute. What? More than we already were, because we want to dive in deeper. Now it feels more like a legend. I don't think. I feel like it's close to prophecy. I think the only other thing that I would maybe say is if you wanted to squeeze in stuff about like when and where these things would emerge. But in terms of the way that it's written, I think it works totally fine. I think it works well, and I think that if you haven't decided to actually hand this as a document to your players, you totally should. Because the part of it that I think they're going to be the most interested in is this. Like, everything else is just intro to this. This is the information. And those are my thoughts. I don't have more thoughts other than I hope you have a really happy birthday, and I hope you have a really fun time running this for your players. Yeah. Let's give Tradosio a big old round of applause. Let's give Tradosio a birthday round of applause, please. A birthday round of applause. We'll give him some whistles and stuff too, to signify the power of birthdays. Birthdays were the worst days. Now we drink champagne when we're thirsty. You guys know that song? Thank you for sharing, Tradosio. Gadunk. Gadunk. Dunk. Each of the 6 could be a 2-line verse instead of a 1-line. That's kind of what I was thinking, Shalakor. You'd have to tweak the rhyme scheme a little bit and the meter a little bit, but if you were going to expand it, that's what I would do. I would give each one of those evils 2 lines, because the whole point of the prophecy is getting to that. Because the first part of it is just like, you want power? I give you power. You got power. Power of the sea. Power in you. Power of me. Power of thee. Thee and me. Together, power. Thee and me and power of the sea is basically the first 2 stanzas. And then the last one is all the monsters. Would you review a map? I did a whole stream devoted to maps last week, and I'll probably do another one later. I don't like reviewing maps in the same way that I don't like reviewing art, because I feel like my advice is not going to be as helpful, because a lot of it just comes down to opinion, and I won't have much. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what my feedback is going to be for your map. It's either going to be, what's the goal of this map, like who's using it, and then it's going to be there's not enough points of interest. Like, it just seems like a bare bones map, and if that's all you need it to be, that's great. But that's usually my feedback for maps, is there's not enough points of interest. And that doesn't mean there's not enough stuff. It means there's not enough stuff that makes the person looking at it go, I don't know what that is. I want to go there. You did get here late, Jonathan. You did get here late. You got here very late. Realistically, we will be doing another map stream in the next little while, just because I acknowledge that people did really like it. People enjoyed it quite a bit. People had fun with the map stream, so I want to be able to do that again if they want to. Yeah, it was a good prophecy. It was cool. I was digging it. Alrighty, friends. What time is it? Oh, it's time. It's getting there. All right, friends. It's time for us to start resting our weary heads and wrapping up. If your homebrew did not get to be looked at today, do not fret. You can send it in another day. That is totally fine. I love looking at homebrew on days that I didn't get to see it the first day. Let's do a big round of applause to everybody who submitted homebrew today. Thank you so much. You guys are absolutely champions. Every single person that submitted homebrew as champions. You're the best. You're lovely. We are going to be back tomorrow. And tomorrow's going to be answering your questions, D&D questions, your Dungeon Master questions, your player questions, your character design questions. You can ask them in the chat, but it is also going to be call-in available. And I think we have it set up so there's a queue. So basically, when you go into the waiting room, there will be a line, and you'll be able to see where you are in the line, so it won't be random. And that should be nice and easy. And other than that, on Wednesday, we're going to be doing a show where you send in your art, your monster art, and we turn it into monsters. And we 3D craft whole ideas for it. And I think that'll be a lot of fun. So those are the things that we got coming up this week. And that's all I have to say about that. Who should we raid? Who should we raid? Question of the ages. We could raid Dorktales. We could raid Alchemy Hour. I don't even know who they are. We could raid... Let's raid Alchemy Hour. How long have these guys... They've been streaming for 3 hours. How long has Dorktales been going? 2. All right, let's raid Dorktales. Although Alchemy Hour has a cool set. All right, I've never raided Alchemy Hour before. I don't know these guys. They're new. They're small. Let's give them some love. We're going to go raid them. We're going to say hi. Everybody be nice when we raid them. Nobody be dicks. In the meantime, you guys are all absolutely amazing. Oops, the music ended. You guys are all absolutely amazing. If you want to help raiding them from the YouTube side, there they are on YouTube. And you guys have an absolutely amazing night. Be good to each other. I love you. Goodbye. YouTube, same to you. I love you, and good night.